Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Norton Planning Board's meeting of Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. Again, this is a hybrid meeting, so members of the public and participants are welcome to join in person or remotely. As you can see on video, in person, we are here at the Norton Public Library in the community room at 68 East Main Street. To join online via video, if you are able to desire so to, there is a Zoom link on the meeting agenda. You can also join using the Zoom app with meeting ID 638-929-1060. There is also a dial-in number should you choose to use that method as well. It will also be available on Norton Cable Access, Channel 15. In addition, to those who aren't able to attend future sessions, please feel free to email questions or comments for the board ahead of the meeting to Brian Carmichael, member of the town staff, whose email address is listed on the agenda. I know we had to have at least a couple of people take advantage of that for a couple of items since they wouldn't be able to attend this evening. So, with that out of the way, I just want to call the meeting to order. I'll start by welcoming our new member to the fold. Danny, thank you for joining.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're very excited to get started.
Okay. Well, we're going to dive right into a whole bunch of fun stuff here. As you were not on the board for the start of some of these items, you may not be able to vote, but we'll still be here, and your voice is still part of the process, even if you're not able to cast a vote.
Sounds great. Thank you.
So, in terms of planning board business and policies, just as kind of an outset of the meeting, as you can see, we do have 5 public hearings on the agenda, as well as discussion of proposed bylaw changes for Springtown meeting. So this would qualify as a full agenda. So I'll ask if people can please keep their comments to the point when appropriate. We do not have a set time with this board when we call the meeting for quote-unquote darkness, as the Red Sox might say. But if we need to get to a point and continue the rest of the meeting to another session, we will do so. I do envision at some point we may take a short recess, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So with that out of the way, Brian, do we have any bills or warrants to approve at this meeting or not yet? Not sure? Okay. So we do have 3 items to review here in terms of bills. One is Verizon, one is office supplies, and a third one is a peer review bill as it relates to the Pine Street project. And just as a reminder, as a peer review, those are funded by the applicant and then we pay the engineers on their behalf. Yes, Brian.
So, top of what you said, that you can't, there is no volume, and the mic is working for Norton Media Center. So,
I do see audio coming through when we speak on that microphone function.
right, but we had a ZBA meeting last week that had the same problem. They had to use my laptop.
So we're using the laptop as the speaker and the microphone is not currently broadcasting speaker, is that correct?
Apparently, you want me to?
If we can have anybody else on the chat to just confirm whether or not you hear us, that would be great. Or if you hear us very softly, we will do our best to project louder. I do see a number of people joining the virtual session. We've had a pretty good run with hybrid meetings, so, but there's always the potential for technical glitches here. Are we seeing a response, Brian?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Well, we can only proceed as best we can with the meeting here in session. If people are not able to hear us, then we will have to adjust accordingly as best we can. So I just sent around bills and warrants. We also had 4 sets of minutes for approval. anyone have any particular order they wanted to take those in? My initial thought was to go from earliest to most recent. So that would start on the meeting minutes of May the 25th of last year. Again, we are working on a bit of a delay with some of our back minutes. But this was, as Eric will remember fondly, his appointments at joint session with the select board. Did anybody have any notes or corrections that have not already been shared with Brian for these minutes?
I move we approve the minutes of May 25th.
Seconded.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to second that one,
I can't. I was gonna.
since you weren't part, is it,
That's okay.
you probably could, but.
I'll abstain
you're
on
not
both
supposed to.
though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll abstain on that both.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
I think that that's our microphone.
Okay, so, we will do our best to, position the microphone laptop as close to a central location.
If you wanna just, volume speakers and on.
Which speaker? I'm sorry.
The laptop speakers aren't on, so if you want to up it.
It's at 100. Muted. Oh, it's you. Okay, let's try that now. Turn it all the way up. Since that's muted now. Can you hear us now? Still echo. Well, we can't be muted if that's our microphone, so we'll just have to mute the speaker and unmute our microphone.
Yeah, the speaker's muted. So I can unmute this, but it's picking up somewhere else too.
Okay. Can we just confirm everybody in the Zoom meeting in this room is muted? Okay then. Apologies for the reverb in the virtual session. We are doing our best. Okay. So we have a motion. That's good.
Do we just turn the volume down on the TV?
Then we wouldn't be able to
And we
hear
won't
them.
hear the Zoom feedback.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to hear them, so I don't think that would work either. Let me see here. Are we coming across in the meeting audio now? Can you hear me now for anybody
The
who's?
media centers lost their mic.
So we do not have, okay, let's try that again. Let's try that mic. Okay. Can you hear us now? I'm seeing audio on the microphone, on the icon. We will attempt to rectify this as the meeting continues. I would say if anybody can please project towards the front of the room, that would probably be best.
Much better.
Okay, apparently turning it off and on again worked much better. Well,
IT.
tech support never fails. Okay. Thank you very much, Pat, for your comments and virtual assistance. We appreciate it. So we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of May the 25th. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 2 abstentions. Eric and Danny. Okay. The next minutes are of the minutes of July the 26th. Did anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns related to those minutes?
Motion to approve the July 26th, 2022 minutes.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for the motion and Wayne for the second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, Danny. Okay. Moving right on down the line, we have our minutes of August the 16th. Again, I'll ask for any questions, comments, or concerns in relation to those minutes.
I move we approve the minutes of August 16th.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne, for the motion and Laura for the second. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? One abstention again. Okay. And the final minutes that we have to approve this evening are from December the 28th. I know I had noted one correction of Brian, just in the date in the heading, in her paragraph, but this is the, again, the other joint session with the select board for the appointment of Danny to the board. So it is very short minutes. Any further discussion, questions about those minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes of December 20th, 2022.
Second.
Thank you, Eric and Wayne, for the motion and the second. Is there any further discussion and approval of those minutes? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, one more time. Okay. With that out of the way, we'll move on to our first public hearing. This is for SP 17104. This is 0 King Philip Road. This is the application for a special permit for a house in a floodplain district. This is continued from our previous session on December the 20th. If the applicant is here, they can please come up to the podium to discuss the project. I'm not sure if they are, or if they're virtual.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chairman, Elliot Bray, I'm on Zoom. I appeared before you approximately 2 weeks ago. At that time, we talked about this issue, and I mentioned that Lucas Engineering, Mr. Lucas would be preparing a memo. Mr. Lucas is on the line, also the applicant, Mr. Bont is on the line. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Lucas to discuss the floodway issue.
Sure, thank you.
Great, thank you. For the record, my name is Chris Lucas with Lucas Environmental. I'm a professional wetland scientist and registered professional soil scientist. We were brought into the project to assist with the wetland delineation and the Conservation Commission permitting. We have since also been involved in moving this forward with concerns related to bordering land subject to flooding, the 100-year floodplain. We originally delineated the site back in April of 2022. We performed the wetland delineation in accordance with the Mass Wetlands Protection Act and regulations and delineation procedures, as well as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers delineation manual and supplements. The landward edge of a bordering vegetated wetland was delineated on the site, and during that time we also noted a linear excavated channel/ditch in the interior of the wetland boundary. We did not delineate that feature as it's interior to the wetland. That area is identified and demarcated as a drainage way on the plan prepared by Tilton and Associates. And I don't know if it would be helpful to the board if I shared my screen, I can pull up the plan, if that would be helpful.
Sure, you should have that ability. Please let us know if you have technical issues.
I do, thank you. Can everyone see this plan?
Yes, we can, thank you.
I'll zoom in there. King Philip Road is located to the north. Winnicott Pond is also located to the north. This is the subject parcel. Okay, this is the subject property here. There's a lot of various color. This was created for the Conservation Commission so they could review the various concerns related to their jurisdiction. This area in green, this is the wetland boundary right here. Everything in here is wetland. That comes down through the back. So this portion is wet. The drainage way was identified by Tilton approximately in this location. You can see it's a long linear ditch. It's maybe a foot wide, has marginal flow. I know several members were out there recently, and it's pretty much near impossible to find. And there is a drain pipe here that connects into the drainage system in King Philip Road. So again, we delineate this wetland boundary. The proposed structure is located here. Here you'll see this is the limit of the floodplain boundary. This is elevation 73. With regards to the floodplain, the Wetland Protection Act has its own definition for bordering land subject to flooding, but basically it's the area that results from this 100-year storm frequency. And that boundary is determined using the most available flood profile data prepared for the community. And in this case, that would be the flood insurance rate map prepared by FEMA, dated July 7th, 2009, for Bristol County. And based on that mapping, the site is located in Zone AE, where base flood elevations have been determined. And that base flood elevation is 73 feet, NAVD 88, which again, this whole portion of the site's within the floodplain. This portion here, outside this yellow line, is located outside the floodplain. That ties into your jurisdiction insofar as you regulate the floodplain district under Article 13. Mr. Bray and I have reviewed that, and it appears that your floodplain district generally follows the FEMA guidelines and requirements. You specifically reference the panel numbers. Like the floodplain district appears to coincide with the floodplain boundaries. Our plan represents that. Some of the things we look at when we look at this, I know there's a question about a regulatory floodway on this site. Our professional opinion is there is not one. There is this drainage way, and our opinion that there is not a regulatory floodway is for several reasons. One, FEMA defines the regulatory floodways, and they specifically define them as the channel of a river or the water course in the adjacent areas that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood without cumulatively increasing the water surface elevation more than designated height. Your zoning regs require it not to be to have zero impact. What we've looked at in this particular case, Winnicott Pond was part of a flood insurance study. And we included that in the letter to the planning board dated December 22nd. They did a flood insurance study, and they did a specific study of Winnicott Pond, which the floodplain on our site is associated with the pond and not the drainage way on our property. FEMA has determined that this pond and floodplain does not, as you can see in this category, have a regulatory floodway associated with it. This is the FEMA map, the current map for the site. This is the boundary of Winnicott Pond. The area in blue is the approximate Zone AE boundary. Since it's an elevation, we match it to the contour on the plan. This pin here is the approximate site location. As you can see, they have not designated a regulatory floodway associated with this drainage way. Furthermore, this is Winnicott Pond here. This is the northwest portion. This is the Canoe River. They did designate a regulatory floodway associated with this river. And this is much more common practice what we've seen. We've never seen a regulatory floodway associated with any drainage ways the size of the one on the site. So another thing we look at is the USGS mapping. Again, here's Winnicott Pond, here's our site. This is the Canoe River. It's a substantial perennial stream. FEMA has deemed it meets their definition of regulatory floodway. You can see there's another stream here. Our drainage way is here. It's not even shown on the USGS map as intermittent or perennial. So as you can see here, they haven't designated these. We know there's been some question about areas that have not been designated regulatory floodways under your regulations. We believe in this case, because FEMA has done a significant study of this, that if this were a regulatory floodway per their standards and definitions, this would have been called out. They did not. They designated this area, and then they studied the entire pond, and everything associated with it. So, that, we do not believe it would be designated a regulatory floodway. Furthermore, even if it was designated a regulatory floodway, we've designed the plans, we've had an analysis done. Advanced Concepts Engineering analyzed the fill and cut for the work in the floodplain. And what we have prepared is this cut fill analysis. So the area in blue is the limit of the analysis. This is the proposed structure. The areas in red are the areas of the floodplain that are being filled. The areas in green are the areas that are being cut to provide compensatory storage. So basically, we're creating a net volume of flood storage on the property. So our opinion is, again, we're not impacting the floodplain in any manner here because we're compensating for the loss of the structure. That's a short summary. I don't know if Mr. Bray has anything else to add, but our opinion is that there is no regulatory floodway here. FEMA has done an extensive analysis on this, and they are the lead federal agency on floodplain issues. This structure was built. We redesigned the structure to remove the basement. It's on a crawl space now. The crawl space is allowed under FEMA compliant because it has one side. The back side will be at grade, which is allowable with FEMA. And the first floor living space is 1 full foot above flood stage. So we have a FEMA compliant structure, and we're providing flood storage, so there'll be no loss of flood storage on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Yeah, as you mentioned, we did have a couple of members do a site visit with the conservation agent. Yeah, I think, as you mentioned a few times, we're talking about a regulatory floodway. And I love to get into semantics. It's my least favorite part of dealing with zoning bylaws. And I'll ask Maria, our town planner here. The bylaws call out the floodway as a channel or a other water course, correct?
Yes.
So if a quote unquote by the letter, would the potential drainage culvert ditch be potentially classified as a water course?
Yes, according to what I read from FEMA sources, a natural or artificial channel through which water flows is a water course. That would be any man-made ditch, culvert, or which there's several on site that our conservation director identified. And then the drainage ditch as well as a stream that flows through the site. So that there's several potential defined banks there, which would make a water course, which make a floodway.
But again, we're to a point we're getting into semantics and
Yes.
yeah, but we understand that FEMA has not classified this as a floodway by its definition, which Norton's definitions match.
So Mr. Chairman, we do recognize that. I don't necessarily agree with that, but in the point of moving forward, if you were to assume this is a regulatory floodway, let me share my screen. I've turned off my screen here. Can everyone see this again?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to zoom in a little more on the drainage way. So if you were to assume this is a regulatory floodway, then your zoning regs don't specifically have a definition. Obviously, we have a floodplain out here, but if this were a floodway, then I would believe the limit would be what we've shown here, correct? Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, potentially. Yeah, I think that.
This is the limit of the ditch. This is probably a little wider than it actually is, the way it's showing it here. But if you have a linear ditch here, the floodway is being contained within that ditch, and then you have the adjacent floodplain associated with it. So in this case, we have no work proposed. Assuming this were the floodway, we have no work proposed in the floodway itself. We are still on the floodplain. And again, we're compliant. And I know your special permit uses under C relate to no permit will be issued for work in the floodway, which we wouldn't be touching, assuming it was one. And then we comply with work in zone 8E, because we aren't changing the water surface elevation of the 100-year floodplain beyond 0 inch at any point, because we're compensating for it. So we believe we're fully compliant with 1 and 2 under C, even if you consider this portion of the floodway.
And you don't feel that the culverts on site would create a similar definitional question, just to play devil's advocate?
Could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite hear
The
you.
culverts on the site, those couldn't be viewed in a similar way? Again, I'm just trying to, obviously, I'm gonna have our members who visited the site speak in a second, but,
So, to clarify, you're referring to the culvert here?
there are a couple of culverts on the site, correct, I think?
Yeah, several got flagged. I'm assuming they're the ones in the location, but to my understanding, if there's a floodway in the parcel, then that's a big red flag, because you cannot provide compensatory storage on a floodway nor build on it. So if this was just a floodplain, you would be okay, but if there's a floodway, that significantly puts a dampen on the project.
Right, but I understand your point about the drainage way possibly being a regulatory floodway. You know, if you're considering this as a ditch and this is a regulatory floodway because it's the channel of a water course, what ground, you know, when FEMA does this, when they look at this, here's the Canoe River, this is a substantial river, the floodway doesn't extend to the limit of the floodplain. So if you're looking at our site, we're talking a very de minimis ditch here. You know, I can't see how the regulatory floodway would extend to the limit of the floodplain here. And if so, what is this board basing that on, you know, in your definition of how you're determining the boundary of the floodway here? We're going by the most current and available data that's here, saying this isn't a floodway. If you were to assume it is a floodway, then what's the basis for determining, is this the edge of it or is this the edge? I mean, this is a de minimis stream that's been channelized at some point in history to convey water from one point to another.
I understand your point. I'm not trying to, I promise I'm not trying to drive you crazy. Okay. Okay. So, with that, if you don't mind, Mr. Lucas, I'll ask our members who did do a site visit to the site to give their perspectives as visiting with the conservation agent. Alan and Wayne, I'm not sure if one of you wants to speak or both of you want to speak. I'll kind of let you make eye contact and decide how you want to do that.
Okay. So what Chris is saying, what we're talking about is something at the bottom, probably narrower than this computer, very shallow depression. There is a culvert that goes under the street, and then there is a culvert towards the rear of the property that someone added. They have a basic compost storage pile that's on top of another culvert. We were there. Right when we got there, Wayne and I both said this is a good day to come. It was pouring a little bit before we got there. It rained the day before. It rained that whole day. There was no water there. Right? We weren't. We walked the whole thing. We were not stepping in any water. We were stepping in leaves. You could definitely tell it's a channel. You could definitely tell it holds water at some point, but it wasn't doing anything that day. That's about as much color as I can add to what it actually looks like in the field. You would walk right past it and not think of it as anything if you were walking over it. It doesn't look like there's rushing water or river or anything. Not that any of that matters. That's my 2 cents.
So you would agree that it's,
It has no effect on that house at all. It is tiny, and even if it probably, Chris, I don't know if you have, do you have the elevation of the culvert on both sides of the street by any chance? I don't think,
Let's see, the invert at the pipe where the drainage way goes, connects to the pipe on site is, the invert 66.98.
do we have it out at Winnicott by any chance? I don't think I think they said you didn't, we didn't get that info.
What's that?
I think they said we don't have that info, what the,
Where it goes out?
where it goes into Winnicott on the other side of the property, other side of the road.
No, there's no elevation on the plan on the other side of the property. There is a catch basin in the road, and, you know, it's, but I don't, there's no information on that catch basin, no inverts or anything.
So if we're talking about this being a floodway of, I don't see water going through this floodway into Winnicott. It almost looks like it's going uphill. I could see it alleviate water from Winnicott under the road, but that would take a substantial flood. In my opinion, it just has no bearing on, we can get through the paperwork, I don't think it has any bearing on this house at all. That's just my opinion. How we get there officially, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Wayne, does that roughly match your opinion of the ditch?
Yes.
Okay. So we have agreement on that point in terms of the flow or lack thereof, despite going out there on a rainy period. And I know that Ray, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there was an agreement to have somebody else look at this, correct?
Yeah, we're reaching out to Horsley Witten to do a peer study, and it is, I believe, the conservation director and building inspector's opinion that if the study agrees with Mr. Lucas's, then we're fine, we just wanna do our due diligence.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any additional questions for Mr. Blay, Mr. Lucas, or Bray, sorry, I apologize, or Mr. Lucas here at this point? Okay. Are there any members of the public who are here, either joining us in person or virtually through the Zoom meeting? If you're joining through the Zoom meeting, if you can use the reactions function and raise your hand, we will see that and call on you when we try and go back and forth between anybody joining us here in person or remotely. I'm going to turn around here and see if anybody here is looking to get up, and I see no motion, so I'm gonna assume that nobody's looking to speak on this project this time. Mr. Lucas or Mr. Bray, is there anything else that you wanted to discuss at this point? Or would you?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, it's very difficult to hear, I apologize, but I think I understood Ray to say that the peer review is in the process, is that correct, Ray?
Yes, I'm waiting on them to send me a cost estimate that I will forward to you, and we can take it from there. I haven't heard back from them yet with it.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the members that did the sidewalk and appreciate their comments.
Okay. With the timing of the peer review and any other items which may be in play here, when do we think would be an appropriate timeline to continue this to?
I'm
I'm assuming our next meeting in 2 weeks is probably a little aggressive.
probably, yes.
Okay. So after that, our meetings in February would be, as I pull up my calendar here, unless Brian's gonna beat me to it.
7th.
Alan's gonna beat me to it.
My computer has.
Brian's kind of handicapped with the computer.
I apologize, Brian. We can probably give that back to you, actually. So we have the 7th and we have the 28th of February because of the February vacation in the middle there. Does it make sense to plan for the 7th? And then if we need to, we can continue from there.
Sure.
Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A motion to continue SP 17104, February 7th.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion to continue to February 7th? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We are continued. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a site plan review for numbers 17285 and 17290. This is 353 and 355 Old Colony Road. If the applicant would be able to come forward here and speak and present. I know the members did receive a plan set this afternoon. Maybe back, yeah, just so they can get it on camera. So the members did receive a plan set this afternoon, but I'm not sure if we've all had a chance to review it in too much detail. So I would generally proceed with this is the first time some of us may be seeing these.
I'm Frank Breiblin with Breiblin Land Surveyors. I am the surveyor for the project. I am here with Walter Hermano, professional engineer that's taking care of the engineering, design, and drainage calculations on it. As you just informed everyone, this is a very new plan. We had originally submitted the plan to the board, and after some initial review amongst ourselves, we determined that it may be better advantageous to the neighbors if we put the entrances to the buildings on the front instead of the rear. That would eliminate the lighting going onto the neighbor's property and also eliminate some of the traffic behind there. I understand you have not really had a chance to review the newer plan, but the meeting was scheduled, so we wanted to at least present and be in person to answer any immediate questions and then go for the continuance.
Sure.
Good evening. As Frank said, my name is Walter Hermano. I'm a professional civil engineer. Thank you, members of the board, for hearing us tonight. Would you like me to start on the latest plan?
You can give the project narrative however you see fit.
Okay, very similar. There are some significant, important changes, as Frank alluded to.
Podium's fighting over there.
We have two lots adjacent. There's 355 and 353 Old Colony Road. Total combined area is a little over 2 acres. What you see in yellow is the actual drainage area, which comes to about 2.45 acres. I should say tonight, I'm here with Frank Breiblin, and we're representing RS Plain Street LLC. Okay. The applicant wishes to build on these two lots, two contractor bay buildings. Currently, these lots are quite vacant and barren. There is some vegetation about the perimeter, as I'm trying to describe right here. All of the runoff across the lot goes down to design point 1. And this is a culvert that goes under the state layout. The applicant has been through conservation for determination of wetlands, and there are border and vegetated wetlands across the street. There are none on the property. This commercial zone property, each lot, as Frank just described, the buildings that are proposed, contractor bay buildings, will have bay doors and entrance doors facing each other. Around the buildings will be gravel. From the entrance in between the buildings to this point right here will be ample parking. There are 14 spaces proposed on one lot and 15 on the other. We have approximately 91 feet between buildings, sufficient for trucks coming and going in each contractor bay. We have municipal water proposed through the street. We have our stormwater management structures. We have an open basin on this side of the property. That's to take some pavement and any runoff that comes down in this area. We also have a little bit of runoff that's coming onto the property through this area, and we're gonna maintain that with a catch basin. There's a substantial improvement. I think my pointer's dying on me. We have a 12-inch drainage line proposed to the front of the property to convey water from this corner to the culvert. The entire paved surface, most of it, except some of the entrance, there's some that will be captured by a storm scepter down the entrance. So all water coming off of new pavement is going to be treated. But basically, the area between the two buildings is going to be picked up by a catch basin and treated by the second infiltration basin, which is underground. This has a isolated row in the front of it, so we can gain additional TSS, total suspended solids removal, and also treatment for total phosphorus. Roof runoff from both buildings will be handled by the infiltration basins entirely. All runoff from the basins, the roofs will go into the infiltration basins. We have some runoff that's going to be leaving the property on this side, which is carried right to the front of the road. It's already going that way, and it's going to be picked up in this culvert and conveyed across the road. But overall, we meet all of the stormwater management standards of the DEP. In particular, we have total peak runoff and flow, which is substantially less now with the proposed development than what's existing at the moment. Total suspended solids, we achieve the state standard of 80%, but we do one better. We're more than 90% because we have the Norton bylaw that requires that as well. We had an option of treating the first inch of runoff while meeting the 90% for TSS and the 60% for total phosphorus, but we actually meet both. The applicant was concerned, he wanted to make sure we're meeting all applicable standards. We have ample parking. We have a zoning table that we presented here. Here's the applicable use, meets all the setback requirements, dimensional and so forth for the property. We have two subsurface disposal systems, one proposed for each building. That's at the rear of the property. They've already been perked and not a full design done yet, but there's sufficient room to hold both of them in those locations. We have erosion controls proposed. We have a construction entrance. We have also wattles proposed around the culvert. And we have, in addition, stockpile areas for soil that might be temporarily put on the property. Regarding stockpile of soil, this site is going to require fill. There's not going to be any materials that are removed. We're going to have a significant amount of fill that's required in order to meet the grading on the property. So we have our existing conditions that are being improved with this design. We have three renderings, I believe, that have been submitted, Brian. I don't know if you want to show the public, if you can show them on TV or not. So we have Old Colony Road in the front here. And as you can see, these two buildings are facing each other. Excuse me. We have limited signs proposed on the wall facing the roadway. There are no signs proposed within the 50-foot easement along Old Colony Road. They're just going to be on the buildings. There's a better shot of that. And again, the bay doors we're proposing in our latest submittal is to have each building facing each other, entry and overhead doors. There is some landscaping on the property, and it's minimal green areas that are going to be loam and seed. Currently, there's, as I said, very little vegetation on the property. But areas that will be disturbed will be loamed and seeded. We submitted a stormwater management report, stormwater management checklist. We've received comments from the town planning. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Many of the comments you will find that we have addressed inside of our submittals. If there's anything that has not been added to the plan, we'll go through those comments thoroughly and make sure they get on the plan. Frank, you want to add anything at this point?
I think that pretty well sums up the basic concept of it. Again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds on it since it is a plan that the board has not had full opportunity to analyze yourself. I believe we'll be prepared to respond to any questions or concerns you may have regarding it. Exterior lighting has been submitted, light packs. There's not going to be any pole-mounted lights on the property. It will be building-mounted lights. And again, we're keeping the lights away from the rear that will be shining on the abutter's property.
I know this, but just in terms of wayfinding, these two lots are essentially adjacent to the Quality Van Sales lot, and they're essentially a whole bunch of dirt and some highway dividers, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. And is that the driveway access for the other properties, is that shown on the front there? Is that coming through right there?
Yes, that's correct. That's provided through this 50-foot easement in the front of the property.
And then it goes up and back and around, yeah.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay. I know we have a peer review for the stormwater in progress.
Yep.
So, not that we don't trust you, we're gonna check your math anyway.
No, that's perfectly fine. I have a revised stormwater management report
Okay,
that will agree with this latest plan
perfect.
that I'm to get to you very soon, within the next day or two.
Great. I let our peer reviewer know that I'm waiting on the most updated plans.
Okay, good, thank you.
Well, I'll turn to members of the board if we have any additional questions for these two gentlemen here.
Is there any landscaping buffer plan for along Old Colony?
Along Old Colony Road, we have, not exactly a buffer, but within the easement, we will have some loam and seed within the area of the curbing on this side over here. And on the other side, that's to also be loam and seed, but that'll remain essentially as it is right now. That's an area that's subject to the Conservation Commission's purview.
I would like to point out that the owner, Mr. Rob Sullivan, is a landscaping contractor, and he maintains his property very well. It's kind of one of his presentation points to have decent-looking property, so I can assure the board that it will be properly taken care of and landscaped.
Yeah, please.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but does this abut any residential zones?
There is a residential structure
Structure.
next door,
Okay.
a home over there. I do not believe it's residentially zoned, but it is currently used as residence.
Okay.
And again, that was one of our main concerns of trying to buffer that property over with the lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm there are no abutting residential zones to this,
Okay,
but 357, there is a dwelling at that location.
okay. It just says, and I think you have it, but it says there's a buffer of 20 feet for if you're abutting a residential structure with screening and thick plantings, walls, and I understand there's some trees there that will already provide some of that.
Yep.
Just in case. And also for those signs, if we could just provide the size of them. But I believe, I discussed this with Rob too, and I believe one bigger sign is a lot more harmonious looking than, 5 different smaller ones. But yeah, just in case, so we have that. And I think a landscape plan is required under the zoning. I think it was under my first memo, but I can take a look tomorrow. It's section 175-15.7, states that a proposed landscaping plan, including the size and the type of plantings and screening or fencing should be shown. But I was very happy with the redesign. I think it's a lot better for everyone and it looks real nice.
Thank you.
Any other questions for these gentlemen here? Again, I use the term positively generally, but.
Just have a quick question. So, mentioned it's a landscaping, company that will potentially be coming in. Will they be storing, fertilizer chemicals, anything else that could potentially run off?
No. Again, this is not the site of his landscaping company. The owner is a landscaper, but he's got his office elsewhere in North.
Understood, okay, that makes sense, thank you, thank you.
I'm hearing a bit of silence here, so I'll do it again. Ask if anybody attending the meeting virtually or attending the meeting here in person would like to ask any questions, have any comments. I know I did see a couple people on the Zoom meeting who looked like they may be nearby residents or business operators. So I'll give them a second to raise their hand in the meeting or come off mute if they choose. Otherwise, I will ramble for another 20 seconds and then stop talking. 20 seconds was optimistic, but okay. So given that peer review is in process for the stormwater, and you're going to be submitting updated plans, I'll ask the question again, when do we feel is an appropriate timeline for this project to potentially be continued to? Again, our next meetings are January 31st, February the 7th, and February the 28th.
I think it depends.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question, please? Alyssa Noah, Lucky Green Ladies.
Sure, please do.
What's the setback requirements for the building from the road?
The setback requirements for the building from the road, I have actually checked the bylaws, which I don't have in front of me, but it looks like there's a,
50 feet.
the applicant has stated that they are 50 feet. And they do meet that on the plans as shown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noah. I expected her to speak, so so, again, in terms of timing, we feel is 2 weeks aggressive? Do we feel that the 7th to the 28th might be more appropriate given different things in process, or if you gentlemen have anything going on with other boards or anything else related to the project?
We can come back at the board's convenience. I think the main factor right now would be giving your peer reviewer sufficient time to do a thorough job.
Do we want to suggest the 7th again?
I think so. I think
Is that one for both of you?
Sure.
it's usually pretty quick, so
Okay.
hopefully.
Any other questions before we take action on a potential motion to continue?
Is the current owner, has he owned these parcels long, or were these recently acquired?
I believe within the past year, the applicant, the current owner, has acquired both parcels.
Okay. The reason I ask is the landscaping leaves a little bit to be desired. And I'd
Yeah.
have some concerns if he had been the historical owner for a period of time.
It's a
I held
recent,
that comment in my head, yes.
Yeah.
it's a recent acquisition.
Okay, thank you.
He has acquired it as you have seen it, as it currently is right now.
Be a big improvement.
This will be, yes.
I'm gonna miss all the bands.
I won't miss the highway dividers.
The fake flowers on the highway dividers?
That's the landscaping plan.
Yes.
Okay. We do have 3 more public hearings to get to, so I'm going to try and keep us on task here.
A motion to continue SPR 17285 and 17290 to February 7th.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Alan, for the motion and Laura for the second. Any further discussion on the motion to continue? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time.
Hope to see you in
Have a
3
good
days. Okay. Next item on the agenda is another continuation. This is special permits. This is for 192 Taunton Avenue. Special permits 17381, 17382, 17383, and 17384. Coincidentally. I do see people coming up here to the podium, so I'll let them get settled. I know we did have some updated documentation in the past week related to this project. So while they get set up, we'll just hold for a minute. Okay.
So I do have some large plans if you want to be able to look at them closer.
Sure. If you want to put them down here, I'll see if any, I tend to be more of the digital looker,
Yep,
digital
that's
viewer,
fine.
but if anybody else has different preferences, knowing that they're here is always great.
Okay.
If you can again just introduce yourself to the project
Okay.
and walk through the most recent changes.
Okay, good evening, my name's Peter Lavoy. I am with D&L Design Group. We are out of Milford, Mass. We are here tonight representing Lobisa and Ferrera Construction. They are also out of Milford, Mass. Like you had said, this is at 192 Taunton Ave. Just want to kind of give a little quick overview. It's been a while. So we have, this is the entire parcel right here. These are the 4 lots in this location here. And then we have an additional 14.8 acres in the back. We do have an existing structure on the parcel. We did do some research, and this is a current duplex that's there right now. So there is an existing duplex on this property. We also have the Land Preservation Society on the side, right there. We were in front of you probably a month ago, and we have made some changes. We met with the town planner, we met with the deputy fire chief and the building inspector roughly last week. And we also took the concerns of a couple of the board members, made some suggestions. Also, we tried to take some concerns from the abutters with this new layout. So what we're doing, our biggest change is getting rid of all the driveways on Taunton Ave. So right now, we're gonna use the existing curb cut, the existing driveway is gonna be a common drive for all 4 duplexes. So the front over here, we will preserve the stone wall and all the vegetation. There'll be no change in the vegetation or the stone wall. Just, I'll get to that, but there will be no change in the front here. So what we did is we rotated the structures, driveways go out the back. Common drive comes up like this, comes down, so these 2 will exit that way. Lot 4 was moved forward to meet the requirement. It's roughly 498 feet to the front of the structure, which meets the 500 foot. We also, Deputy Fire Chief Robbins had some suggestions. We did a hammerhead turnaround in front of Lot 4, so a fire truck can pull in and turn around and leave. I did a truck turning plan after our meeting, sent that to the Deputy Fire Chief, and he was satisfied. There was a copy of his email to me with the requirements that he asked, that he is satisfied with that. Also, we are proposing a fire hydrant on the site. Also, an 8-inch ductile iron loop. That's a requirement by the water department. The fire chief also wanted that for the pressure for the fire hydrant. We do have a mailbox in the front for the units. It'll be a community mailbox. There will be signage, so if there is a fire, the trucks will know where to go. It'll explain that these units are this way and those units are that way. So like I said before, we have a total of roughly 23.8 acres in size. And this development right here is only 2.5 acres. So the rest of it will stay undisturbed, the 14.8 acres back here, and there is really no need to do any work back here, so that would stay undisturbed. Total impervious area for this project is 0.8 acres, which is 38,000 square feet in size. So I think those are probably the main changes to the plan. We did change, before we had more pavement, we had driveways coming in on the side. My client looked, and I did submit elevations of the structures. So that's why we changed it, and we're gonna just do front entry. That'll also minimize the impervious area on the project. Also, all roofs on those structures will be collected and directed into underground chambers. There's a detail here. We did add a detail of the driveway and also the pavement cross-section. The town planner wanted each lot, a summary of each lot, so that gives you the setbacks, front, side, and rear, and then area for each lot. That was added to the plan. I mean, we did do an analysis of this project, if we would come back with a conventional subdivision. Basically, the driveway would come in the same location. It would increase the size of the development double. It would increase the size. Pavement would go from 0.8 to 2.5 acres in size. Overall disturbance would go from 2.5 to 5 acres in size, because you'd have to deal with the road, cul-de-sac, stormwater basins. It would also, the road would probably have to be taken, once it was accepted by the town, that would increase the cost on the town to maintain that. Right now, this common drive is going to be maintained, plowed, all by the homeowners association, and we did submit something late. I got it late today, and we submitted it. There's just an overview, so you know we have documentation for that.
Not to cut you off but to a point, you're kind of viewing this as kind of a small version of kind of a cluster project.
Correct,
Allowing
because
open space in the back, and as opposed to a conventional subdivision approach.
Correct. So we took in account, like one of the board members, I think it was Alan, who suggested if we looked at doing a common drive for lots 1 and 2, so we went ahead and looked at that, and my client said, well, why don't we take all of them and go out the back? So then this is kind of like a small little community. Honestly, when you drive by here, you probably won't even see these structures, because most of these two structures will be in the field. This one will be way in the back, and then this one's basically going to be in the same location as the existing duplex that's there now. And then it would cost nothing for the town for this. It would be no cost. The big thing is we did look at the standards of a special permit and a variance. So we did some research on that, and the first thing, it is allowed in this zone, but under a special permit. But seeing how it's allowed, it went in front of zoning. Zoning must have made the article to put this use in this zone, and it was approved. So it is a benefit also, this kind of a development. So there is a major shortage in housing in the state and nationally. So we feel that this type of housing, it meets the Norton master plan, which was approved in October of, October of '21. So it basically hits that master plan, which basically states that, increase in diversity of Norton's housing supply, particular for seniors, young families, and first-time homeowners. So if you look at the this is, my client's gonna offer two type of building elevations. This is just one type of what it's gonna look like. There's two different outside, the way it looks. But the basic layout of the first floor and second floor are gonna basically be the same. So the first floor has a master bedroom, which is good for a senior. You have the ability to go to the kitchen. You have the ability to do everything in the first floor, one level. So that's good for a senior or for, middle-aged people who have to have their parents come and live with them. So it's kind of like a multi-generational house, because you have enough room for a small family and for, your parents who come in, or a parent. It's a smaller unit for a small family. First-time homeowners, they don't cost as much as a single-family home. This is half the size, half the cost of a single-family home. So someone who wanted to, buy a house, they could buy this. It's cheaper, but it's not going to be built cheaper. Someone who doesn't want to deal, their kids have left, they don't want to deal with the yard. So these houses are perfect because it's a smaller area. You have a homeowners association that takes care of the plow, the snow removal. So we feel that, this type of development meets the master plan of Norton. And it also gives the opportunity for, different type of people to buy housing, I think that's what the need was for the town. Environmentally, I feel that this right here does the least amount of disturbance to the environment, and it does the least amount of disturbance with the neighborhood. Like I said, I've driven by here a number of times. I live in Taunton. I've driven by here, and every time I go by here, you can't see that field. That vegetation and that stone wall is going to stay there. The way we did the perk test, we've moved the houses back a little bit so we don't have to cut any of those trees along the front. So we want to preserve that. We kind of want to keep it private so it's not an eyesore or something like that. And that's what we got from the last meeting, from all the concern from the abutters. And we tried to take that into account and redesign this layout.
You mentioned a community mailbox. Where on the plan is that site?
That would be right up at the front, so the mail truck could come in into the, and they're just right there.
Okay. If it was more on the interior of the site, I was imagining a backup when somebody's getting their stuff from the mailbox.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Any members of the board have any additional questions at this time?
It looks like this is the common driveway reusing it's partially the driveway that exists on the current property?
Yes, it's basically in the same location because this driveway, there's a garage right here. It's going to go right through the garage. So we're not, in the front here, we're really not adding any pavement. We have to cut one tree that's right in the middle of that island. That's the only tree that we're cutting. It's not a very nice looking tree. But that's the only tree that we're cutting is that one there. We are going to propose some landscaping over here, and then we're going to propose two big trees. So there's kind of going to be like a little void. Once you cut that tree there, there's going to be like a little void there. So we're proposing to do two trees right there.
Additional questions for the applicant here?
So just with the, you showed the parking garages within each unit. So what would be the total number of potential cars that could be parked within this, this cluster of houses here?
Well, for each unit,
or just
so for each unit, they have a turnaround area, and they have enough room for 4 two, or four in the structure, 4 right in front of the garage door, and then 2 more on the turnaround area. You could park a car in there. So I would say each one would have the total of 5, was it 2, 4, 5? So 20 parking spaces total, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
But each unit would have a 2-car garage.
Correct. 2-car garage.
And then an additional driveway.
Correct. You have 2-car garage, 2 spaces in front if you needed it, and then.
And then you're playing a game of roulette every time somebody needs to leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking if someone comes to visit.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't thinking, 4 people live. I wasn't thinking that.
For the tree you wanna cut down, just in case the planning board wants to take a vote tonight, we do need to specifically allow for the cutting of trees. It is a scenic road, but this actually preserves all of the stone wall and 99% of the trees, which is fantastic. It's much better than the first proposal, but we do need to formally vote to cut down those trees.
That one.
That one tree, the sickly little tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's in the public right of way, I'm not sure how far back it is.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's probably right on the line.
Okay.
So I would, if they can, if they want to.
Okay.
Any additional board members have questions at this time? I know we do have at least one member of the public joining via Zoom. I assume a few people here in person who would like to ask questions or make comments.
I'd just like to comment that I appreciate how much we had taken the butters and planning board's concerns into consideration. I think you've done a good job in mitigating a lot of those, so thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's anybody here in person at the library who'd like to come up and speak, if you could please just make your way up to the podium. I know we do have one person on the Zoom meeting who's ready to go, so I'll let them go first. And if people want to, don't need to all get up at once, but however you want to organize who goes first, who goes second, when the board gets to blows, we'll go from there. So I do see the name on the Zoom meeting is Mike Rainville. If you would like to unmute and just state your name and address for the record, please. And I'd love to hear your comments.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mike Rainville. I live on Carpenter Road in Norton. I'm a member of the Land Preservation Society of Norton, and that's my reason for being here this evening. I appreciate the presentation and the fact that the density of the area is going to be reduced versus a conventional development. Our biggest concern is on the, I guess in the map, it's the left-hand side. I think it's the western edge of the property. There's a fairly steep slope going down onto Land Preservation Society land, which is conservation property. So our concerns are just what's been done to try and mitigate the various runoffs from these new properties. Reduced pavement, I agree, I think it's a good thing. But again, there's some septic systems that are fairly close to some steep slopes, and the road comes fairly close. So again, it's mostly a concern of, from an environmental perspective, what has been done to try and mitigate whatever runoff is going to come from that with the various homeowner landscaping, snow plowing, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Can we answer that?
Yeah, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, Title V, we did soil testing. All systems will be in the ground. Basically, there'd be whatever the grade is there now is gonna stay. This system is close, but we did not find groundwater. We dug down 12 feet, there was no groundwater, so whatever that grade is now is gonna stay there. That side slope will meet the requirement. Runoff from the roadway, so this common drive, so it slopes from, there's a catch basin right here, so that small portion that goes forward will go forward, but the rest of the driveway, will go into the grass. We do have a settling pond here which will collect any salt or sand. That will have a operation and maintenance plan to it. That would be part of the stormwater management and the once we file with conservation. we would have to meet those regulations for the stormwater permit and the notice of intent. So we would take into account, collecting the runoff from the driveway, putting it into a forebay, treating it, similar to a road, but we would take that into account. And that would be designed, at the next stage if we go forward with this project.
Thank you. Thank you again for your comment, Mr. Rainville. If you don't mind, if you can take down your reaction hand raised there, we'll know that you're good.
Oh, yes. Got it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Just making sure that the ADD part of my brain doesn't keep looking at it, so.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of new at this, so I'm learning as we go. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. Okay. Sir, if you'd like to come to the podium, again, just state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Paul Houlihan, 201 Old Taunton Ave, or Taunton Ave, depending on which end of the street you're at. Terry had sent you an email, and I was wondering if you could read it out loud for the board.
Let's see, just to
Terry Walsh, my next door neighbor.
Yes, we do have that.
Okay, so has everybody read it?
I'm certainly able to read it if you'd like. I'm not sure if you have any additional comments, and I can read that after, or?
Yes, that would be fine. I do have comments.
Sure.
As for the house that's existing on the lot being a two-family house, it was not a two-family house. It was the original farmhouse for the street. My neighbors across the street from me is one of the family houses. My house was the barn. 2 houses down was another family house. So it was not two-family house to begin with. That's been added, whether it's done legally or not, I don't know. It's not the area for duplexes. Okay, house across the street from me sold for, I believe, $750. Okay, my house is in the 4s, according to Zillow, which, changes. But as far as bringing in duplexes, it's gonna drastically drop the value of the entire street. And I've lived there since 2000. The Gavillas have lived there longer than me. The Walshes longer than me. We live in a community, we have double lots on all our properties, so no one is tight to the houses. And it's just not a place for duplexes, plain and simple. And would really not like them. I drove down the street, I know it's in Taunton, but still, it's a duplex street. Every house on it is a duplex. There's 12 duplexes on it. And it looks horrendous. Duplexes are not kept up like regular houses are. You have feuding neighbors, I like this color, I like that color. I need a roof fix, this one doesn't wanna pay, that one's gonna pay. So, that's pretty much it.
And just to pick up the point, if you have it on screen here, but one of the abutters, Teresa Walsh, submitted the letter saying that she was unable to attend the meeting this evening, but she wanted to share concerns. We kindly request your consideration for the long-standing residents of Old Taunton Avenue. Old Taunton Avenue is not the place for duplexes. Most of us living on this historic street goes well beyond 25 years. When we purchased our home 24 years ago, the decision was based much more than the physical building itself, but the neighborhood. There are many residents surrounding us that have been here long before us. In all these years together, nothing has changed on the street. We are a close neighborhood community, always looking out for one another. We walk together while stopping to chit-chat as we pass by. We walk our dogs, we have gatherings. Everyone knows everyone. We speak for ourselves, but are quite confident all our neighbors in the street would agree that we would sincerely appreciate keeping our quaint, historic, friendly street the way we all found it all those years ago. Teresa and Matthew Walsh, 205 Old Taunton Avenue. Okay. I don't think there was anything in those previous comments for you to necessarily comment on, so I won't ask you to.
And the only thing I can comment on is my client has built duplexes all over Hopkinton, Milford, Holliston, Uxbridge. I mean, I could give you addresses for you to look at them. you know, if you need be, I can email.
Thank you. Anything else? Sir, would you like to? Can you state your name and address for the record,
Marshall
please?
Martin, 170 Taunton Avenue. I've got a couple of questions. These are going to be owned by the people that live in them?
That was his assertion.
Are these going to be?
They would be purchased.
These are basically going to be condominiums.
They would,
Is it legal in town to have a multifamily unit owned by more than one person?
yeah,
It is?
I believe so.
You're just shaking your head yes, you don't know?
It's
or-
actually not a multifamily, multifamily is 3 or more.
Okay,
So this is a duplex and it is allowed.
okay. And the previous speaker talked about it being a duplex. Mr. Devlin bought that around 1970 or 69 or 68, and his family lived there, and it was a single-family house. And zoning was passed, I think, in 74. So zoning was passed after he lived there, but all the time he's owned it, it's been a single-family house. So as far as its grandfather or whatever, I don't feel it is. From my time on the planning board, I'm still against it. I spoke against duplexes last time, and I'm still against it. If the special permit is denied, the applicant has the alternative to build a single-family house by law, by right. So it's not a hardship if you deny the special permit. And I think that's all I have to say. But I'm still opposed. And it will have an impact on the local. And as far as housing goes, you've got 44 units on Pine Street that are proposed right now. So, I mean, some people want to see the town completely built up. They move here because it's nice and rural, but then once they get here, they want to see more development and more taxes and more schools and more kids in the schools. And I don't feel that you have to build on every square foot of the town. That's my own feeling. So we're not going to cure the world's problems. We're working on the global warming but as far as the housing goes, if you got down on East Main Street, those 40B, I mean, how many units in town do you have to satisfy the master plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I just make one comment? About me saying that this was a duplex. All I did was take the assessors, and it said 2 units, so that I didn't, and when I went out there to do the soil testing and the survey, there were 2 addresses. There was an A and a B on the building. I mean, I don't know if it's illegal or not, but I'm just going by what the assessors.
Yep.
I'm not trying to say anything.
Yep.
I just want you to know that, that's all.
However, it was used before, or anything like that.
Yep.
Norton has no shortage of non-conforming lots. If you spin around in the top and point in a direction, you probably get 3 of them, so.
Okay, I just wanted you to know I was just going by what the assessor had.
I appreciate it, thank you.
I wasn't here for the last meeting, but thought it was important. My husband and I are here. We're on Gateway Lane.
Can you state your name and address?
Yes,
please?
Sheila Cunningham, 5 Gateway Lane. My husband's here, Kevin Cunningham. And I do feel it's important for us to mention also that it does not appear to be a duplex. So I just want to agree with people who have mentioned that. Also, I can agree with the Walshes, who we know their dog. It is a different type of area there. It's a special area. We all feel that it's incredibly special to us. We're there over 20 years, 23 or 24. Most of us are there that long. And I think I have a couple of questions. I can tell you that driving through that area, it doesn't appear to me that there would be an ability to not have a traffic issue here with where these would be built. And even with one road coming out, I can't imagine how that would not cause a difficulty for that area. I don't think it can take the capacity of having duplexes in there, duplexes which none of us want. I do have a question. Did you check to see a pattern of how a traffic pattern would be?
I'll have you to ask director comments to myself and the board.
Oh, okay, so sorry.
No, that's fine.
New to this.
No, that's fine. We just try to avoid the cross-examination.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I'm not sure if there has been the traffic planning, and if so, from just a personal perspective, and I'm sure anyone here from our area would tell you, it just seems almost impossible how that could be added to our area of coming out that road and seeing how there wouldn't be a problem. Additionally, if they're saying there's going to be conservation land, is there a definite ability to say that that will be for a perpetuity, or can it be changed? If they're saying that that's going to be something that's done, is it just for now? And that would certainly change. I'm wondering why he would give up that much land, the person involved in constructing this, the owner, to keep it the way he's saying he would keep it, if this is a way of starting it and then continuing with more. So I don't think we know enough, and I also think that it's important for you to listen to Nortonites. And I'm sure that if you felt that it was important to listen to us and we needed to all be here, I think we could all be here. It certainly, I felt the last time I was upset that I missed it. I know my husband's on the conservation board. They're asked him to be here to represent them. But I do feel that if you care about how we feel about that area, the Widex built a lot of that area. And Sherry Wideck told me before I bought the place how much she cared about keeping it a certain way and how important it was to keep it where people couldn't bring in certain things, and our deeds say certain things to keep it a beautiful spot. I just feel, even just aesthetically, not just financially, but aesthetically and community-wise, it's important to keep it the way it is. So I think I wanted to let you know that tonight.
Sure. And just to speak to your point about the traffic, I think that's the plan that we saw at the last session. Each of those front three buildings, if you look at the map there, had their own driveway.
Right.
And one of the changes that the applicant came back with is putting it more of a centralized, because we felt that putting 3 curb cuts at that intersection would be not a good thing.
Right, but I'm seeing a total backup of cars now on one road, and seeing that to be equally a problem. And knowing how that goes and where we are, it has no light, it has no stop sign. I think we love it for what it is. It gets us out without issue now. I don't see it as being something that would definitely would be a problem. It would not be a smooth sailing the way it sounds right now.
Understood, thank you. And just to put you on the spot here for something that, if you don't have the answer to this, you don't need to just say you don't have the answer to it.
Okay.
With the abutters note about leaving the back half of the lot kind of alone.
He was gonna donate it to the Land Preservation Society.
So that would
Because it's
be
gonna be-
essentially contiguous to the other.
Correct. Yep, that's why I brought it up when I started over. He felt that it's landlocked, and once this development goes in, he would donate it to the Land Preservation Society.
Thank you for clarifying that.
No problem.
I see a couple people starting to make moves here, so.
Philip Horton, 1 Woodward Street, direct abutter. My concern is the house on the left of the driveway. There's gonna be quite a bit of clear cut of vegetation that's there now. Thing is, what are we gonna do when we also all of a sudden have a dust bowl there, because who's gonna maintain any grass or what vegetation is gonna be put back there eventually?
So,
Do you plan to put anything back other than a couple of shrubs around the house?
no, sir. So you can just direct your comments to me.
Yeah?
If they're,
No,
if
it's
you
all
wanna
right.
come around and look right there, you can see some of the trees that are added You'll see the circles on the right side of the driveway and some on the left. And for your larger point, there's gonna be a homeowners association which would be in charge of maintaining the properties, plowing and all of that stuff.
Who's gonna maintain the lawns? Homeowners won't do that.
A homeowners association.
Association. Right now, there's a lot of brush, trees, old stuff around the old house. That's all gonna be gone. What'll be coming back? My question is, are you gonna put any trees back there, or you just gonna put a couple of shrubs around the house? Maybe a couple of small twigs? We're gonna end up with a dry area. I don't like these damn duplexes myself. Because them people, when they step out the back door, whose property are they gonna step on? Theirs or somebody else's? Because where is the boundary line? Out the back door, side door, or anything like that? All right? I can see some arguments coming up with that. Time will tell. That's my thing. I oppose this mess.
Thank you, sir. You were trying to get up?
Sure.
Paul Wanamaker, 217 Old Taunton Avenue or Taunton Avenue, take your pick.
As long as the mail gets there.
I agree with what's been said before. I mean, duplexes just don't belong there. It's a certain reason that people move there that's been brought up. I'm just repeating a lot of what was said last time and what's already been said a couple of times. But if you want to build them somewhere else. I think it's important too to maybe put some numbers to this whole traffic situation. If you've got 8 families there, most people these days, whether they're low income or whatever, have at least 2 vehicles, and some have 3. So you're talking about anywhere from 16 to 24 vehicles that might be congregating at that intersection, which is already busy. We've lived there over 30 years, and the traffic situation has just increased over those years, particularly with the development of the industrial park. People used our road as a shortcut. So and that added to the fact that it was paved, which is nice, but that just makes it a real speed road as well. The traffic situation, I think, is terrible there. It's an improvement getting rid of all the driveways, I guess. But the other question I just want to make sure I understand too, I asked this last time, I didn't get an answer. Is this or any of it part of low-income housing?
That is not proposed at this time.
Okay, I got an answer. So, that intersection is going to be terrible. You've got very big trucks go by on 140, and then you've got cars pulling in and out of there. I think it's going to be a problem, and it is going to degrade the nature of the neighborhood, which is why a lot of people move there, frankly.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Lauren Godso, 197 Old Taunton Ave, direct across the street. I appreciate the attempt to get the driveways out of there, and it's a better looking plan to me. However, again, like our neighbor just said, we're gonna have all those cars coming out to the intersection where it is hard, it's really dangerous getting out there. The home that's on the corner that's being knocked down was built in 1812, and is a colonial, it's not a duplex looking home, just so you have an idea. It's an older home. So it's not something, like we're expecting. I'm not gonna, again, if it's gonna happen, if it's gonna happen, I'd love to know when, so I can sell my house before the price plummets. And just, I don't know if the Conservation Committee will have any kind of input on this, because there are trillium, there's deers, it abuts the wildlife refuge, and they all live right there, so they're gonna get kicked out.
I believe the applicant stated that they would file with conservation after us, so that would go through conservation. And as I said, they would look to donate the back half of the property to land preservation.
Did the board address that, we had asked if they would ask the owners if they would consider single-family homes instead of duplex, if I remember correctly. I don't think we answered that question either.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
I'll ask you to, just to, for that final point, the discussion about duplexes versus single family, essentially this is the proposed plan from the owners, as opposed to a more conventional single-family subdivision.
Well, if you do.
Which might include.
So there is no
going further
diversity
back.
in a single-family subdivision.
How much of the land that you guys are gonna give to the conservation if they lose if you went single-family homes?
So the overall, so they would lose.
I know you said it went up to like 2.8 acres.
So this disturbance right here is 2.8 acres, just a disturbance. The overall lots are eight acres in size. So this undeveloped area, because of area requirements and lot shape factors, we needed 8.5 acres for this development. If we did a subdivision, the disturbance goes up double. It's 5 acres. So where the houses, the roadway, the basins, the yards, that would be 5 acres of disturbance. So basically, this is 400 and this is basically 500 feet. So you'd have a cul-de-sac in this location here. And then you'd have we proposed a basin, because I had to look at it. I think so that's the old layout. So that's basically what, it's a quick, down and dirty layout. All the lots meet the lot shape factor. They all would have their own septic. So you'd have, 6 septics, 6 houses, 6 driveways. You'd have at least one stormwater basin in the back here, because this road would slope down. You'd have all kinds of drainage that would go to here. So this is basically it says it's like 10.5 acres of disturbance.
So you wouldn't have any land going over to conservation, with the land preservation?
No, I wouldn't think that he would. I mean, you still would have, and he might change his mind, but these 2 lots here probably would take the rest of the land, and they would be as part of lots 4 and 3. So
You
you're
could
looking at.
evaluate a single-family option, but it would be 6 single families.
Correct, yeah. And then there's no diversity. The houses would be higher in cost, so you wouldn't get the first-time homeowner. And, depending on the type of house style, you wouldn't be able to move a parent in unless you did a ranch, that would have to be. But if you have a small family and you want to bring your parent, so we feel that the development here is the best, that meets the Norton's master plan. It gives you diversity, it gives you opportunities for other people don't have a chance of buying homes because they can't afford a colonial. And you still preserve Old Taunton Ave. You're gonna preserve that stone wall, it's not gonna change. You can make a condition that the vegetation, you can put that as part of the special permit that, you can't cut, it's not allowed to cut any of that vegetation. That could be a condition, You could kind of put a condition on the back where you can only do passive work, passive exercise or whatever, walking paths or whatever. Because there are a lot of, there are paths in here that I walked when I did the soil testing.
Just to clarify, the inset at the top left, the orange section would be the proposed donation to the Land Preservation Society?
Correct, and they own all this. That goes all the way down to the river.
So the duplexes would be, so you say 2 cars per unit, you have 4 units, 8 units, versus 6 single-family homes. So the traffic difference is very minimal. Either way, traffic is going to increase by
Right, and if, another point to make that, if we did the 4 single families, you would have 4 curb cuts. And you wouldn't have that stone wall, you wouldn't have that vegetation, because they're by right, we would have to come back for a special permit though for scenic road, but you would have, 4 curb cuts there, not just 1 curb cut at one location, which can, you're pretty much, there's a stop line here, you're pretty much at the intersection, you know what I mean? I mean, it's right there. I know, they would have to back up. I would think the people on Taunton Ave would have the right of way, and then once they're able to go, they would go.
It wouldn't be clean, but.
No, it wouldn't be clean,
But
but I think it's better than having 4 curb cuts, and it's a lot better than what I had originally designed.
With regards to traffic, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out the Pine Street cluster that we'll be hearing after this. That's 44 houses going on to Pine Street, and that traffic was negligible increase to Pine Street. It had no effect on service of Pine Street. So it's hard.
According to the traffic study.
According to the traffic study. Just to say, if we were to order a traffic study or ask for a traffic study for this, that's exactly what I would expect them to say.
I would expect that they would say the same thing. I know the rule of thumb that I think one of the peer review traffic engineers said at the last meeting was 100 trips a day, or something like that. This would,
correct.
You wouldn't even that.
Or greater
You
than
wouldn't be
5%.
half. You wouldn't be half of that. Yeah. Okay. I'll turn around again. I can't see if anybody's queuing it behind me. Yep. Go ahead. I know you weren't there before, so you're going up to. Yep.
Yeah.
You just get to the podium before you introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Clay Bridges. I live at 227 Old Taunton Ave. I'd actually like to make a quick request of the developer to put up a plan for the 6-family development so we can look at it for a moment, and then I'll just swing back by it. Is that okay? I don't know exactly how to do this. I know I'm not supposed to ask some things directly.
Is there a specific question that you have about the layout?
Well, I mean, if it's something that's in discussion, I'd at least like a chance to have a gander at it.
Sure, I can ask them to pull it back up, but I'll give your caution that it's quick and dirty and not necessarily fine-tuned.
Right, it's not
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. He brought it up, so I just thought we should take a look at it maybe as.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, all right, yeah, I appreciate it. I'll swing back in. Should I reintroduce myself or is that?
That's fine.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right, I can kind of see this. So it's essentially, there's a single road running into the area just as it would be with the duplexes. I mean, there's a lot of polities here. You have a land preservation society. You have, essentially the old Taunton neighborhood, all of whom apparently came to the meeting last time, or at least many of them. And we could certainly have them come back if we need to have, have a show of force again. The Land Preservation Society is very intimately involved with the Old Taunton, so I'm not sure exactly if we even, took a poll of the neighborhood and checked into the Land Preservation Society, which one they would pick. Let me say one thing. I really appreciate the efforts the developer took in having low impact on the street and the cuts on the stone wall, kind of preserving the historic character of the impact on the road. And that's certainly important. I'm not sure it's the most important thing to the people in the neighborhood. And I think the fact that duplexes are being put in is actually considered to be a pretty high negative, maybe the number one thing. So I'm not sure, it seems like this 6 single-family development would also require special permitting, right? Well, it's a rough, we don't have an actual proposal, but just.
There would probably need to be something for the common drive, and I haven't dove into everything else.
Okay.
It would probably, I think, as they mentioned, double the disturbance in the area.
Sure.
Roughly, and do a number of other things.
Sure.
But yes.
Sure. Well, we're already increasing density in the neighborhood by putting in 4 or 6 single-family dwellings here, you know, so, and I feel like the neighborhood, you know, should be balanced. The interests of the neighborhood should be balanced in with the fact that other people, other polities are basically getting what they want out of this situation as well. And I'm not sure what the right answer is here, you know, 6 single families, 8 duplexes, 4 single families, cuts in the road. There's a lot of options flying around here. But I do feel like the single family option should be strongly considered, you know, because that's really kind of what the neighborhood wants. And, you know, it's not like we're replacing one house with 2 duplexes. We're replacing one house with whatever else goes there, maybe 4 houses. So the density is already going up as a result of this project. It's just how much is it going up? I do have a kind of follow-up question. I believe there were 5 special permits that were requested last time. Are there still 5 special permits requested for this? Okay, 4. Okay. Are those for the duplexes themselves?
And the common driveway.
Okay, the common driveway was a separate special permit before?
I would have to check what number goes with what thing.
Okay, all right. Well, it seems like there's 4 properties and 1 common driveway, so there seem to be 5 permits. I don't know why there are 4 now.
I understand your question and confusion there. That's we'll make sure that paperwork will make sense.
Okay.
At whatever end we reach.
Okay. Well, I guess in closing, what I would say is the fact we're talking about special permits at all means that this is a somewhat out of the ordinary thing. And I feel like the win-win-win-win, you know, planning board, the master plan, the land preservation society, the, you know, and the concerns of the neighborhood, which are, you know, almost uniformly behind what, you know, kind of what I'm saying right now, would be 4 single-family dwellings there. You know, that seems like a pretty good win out of the whole situation, but, and I'm not sure why we're still talking about duplexes, to be honest. So that's my opinion, and it's pretty much shared by my entire neighborhood. So thanks.
I'll say that as the board, we don't have the luxury of saying, here's A and B, we choose one. We have to act on the plans and the proposals submitted to us. The applicant has chosen to submit duplexes.
Yeah.
If they choose to withdraw that plan
Mhm.
and come back with another plan, they can do that. If they choose to not do that, they can do that too. So it's their
Sure.
choice. At the same time,
I hear you.
they are hearing all of this.
Mhm.
I know that the applicant has ears and is listening.
Sure.
Understands what the comments are.
Mhm.
So we have to look at all the options, weigh all the different parties involved, and make a decision based on the plans that are submitted to us. In the realm of everything that could happen there, sure. If Joe Fernandez was here, he would say, if your neighbor has a tree and you really like it, take a picture, because they can cut it down tomorrow if they want to.
Sure, but
So-
that wouldn't require a special permit.
That's true. But
So
the
that's
principle
really
is
what
the-
we're talking
but the
about here.
prin- but the- But the principle is the same.
No, it's not.
They can- they
It's
can
not the same.
propose
It's a, yeah, your neighbor can do things, but this is a community decision, and this is a board that answers to the community. And so
Yes.
that's why we're talking about it. I can't determine whether my neighbor cuts down my tree, but I can definitely come and tell the planning board that I
don't like
and
it,
all
yeah.
of my neighbors can come and tell the planning board that we're against this. And
Yes.
it's not like we're necessarily against all development. There was already a single-family home just recently put up down the street. Looks very nice, fits in the neighborhood, no complaints. You know, it's not like we're against development, you know? It's just that we would like to keep it a single-family neighborhood, basically. And if it comes down to like a yes or no on this, I say you vote no. Duplexes just don't fit in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So can I just go up to the map for a minute, please?
Sure.
Okay, excuse me, we put that back to the 6 single-family houses. I was noticing the difference from here to the corner
Yeah.
on the 6 single-family house lot.
I'm gonna caution you against reading a fine tune of what they
I
state is not
understand that.
intended to
I'm
be a
just-
fine tune plan.
But I
Yeah.
did notice it from back there.
Yeah,
It's much more space here. When you're coming down here, I don't know if any of the board has gone into my street. People fly down here, no cars coming from Tawny, they fly into the street. Okay, if you have a driveway right here, someone's gonna come into the street, gonna go try to take a left, there's gonna be cars lined up. There's gonna be an accident. Moving the driveway this far over would be more viable.
I think that would probably also take it
Solution.
straight through the wall.
It would go straight through the wall, there's nothing, to say they can't rebuild the wall over this side with the existing materials.
I would have to go through, I'm not sure how that would fall into the scenic bylaw, but we'd have to see whether that was feasible under the rules of that.
It's a possible solution.
It's a possible solution on a plan that the applicant is not proposing at this time, but yes.
Correct. But thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any additional people on the Zoom meeting who are asking to speak, so I will just hold that for a moment in case anybody would like to raise their virtual hand and come off mute. While I turn around here and see if there's anybody else who hasn't spoken or would like to speak again as it relates to this project. Okay. Sure, please.
It's the same comment I had last time. There's nobody here advocating for this other than the developer, who doesn't live here. And they're the winner out of this if this goes through with these duplexes. And the neighborhood is degraded, quite frankly. I'm not aware, back up what Clay said and the others, I'm not aware of a single neighbor on the street that is for this. And it goes against why we moved to that area. There are other plots of land, if you want to put up duplexes, pick another place. And can I ask another question? What would be the projected prices of these duplexes? Because somebody did a business plan and somebody figured that out. Can the developer answer that?
I can ask if he has that information. I'm
What's
not
that?
sure I can ask him if he has that information. If he doesn't, he may not. So that's.
Would
the
you ask
question.
him?
I will ask if he has the information, yes. Once you're done making your comments.
Oh, okay, I'm done.
So, I'll ask if, has there been a discussion that you're able to share as to what the approximate?
I don't know. I don't want to say a number because I'm just the engineer. I'm not a marketing person. I just came up with the layout and the design.
No problem. Can that be something that's provided next time?
We can ask for it. I'm not sure if they would be able to provide it either. I assume that they could, whether they would based on real estate prices and everything else, you get into a whole bunch of variables.
Well, there's a range, but if somebody did a business plan.
Understood, thank you. Okay. Maria, I'll ask you, do we have any open items in terms of reviews or anything else in process or comments as it relates to this project?
For this project, no. After the meeting we had with the fire department, building inspector, everything was all right on our end.
And from your perspective, there's nothing else you're looking to finalize in terms of setbacks or anything to?
No, we've made all the changes.
Okay.
Maria's letter and then my meeting with the deputy fire chief, building inspector, and our. I feel like this is the best scenario.
Okay.
I mean, I like to make a final list of why I feel this is the right project for this parcel.
If you'd like to do that.
I would just like to reiterate what I said before. I mean, and we think that this petition meets the intent of the zoning bylaw. I know people don't like duplexes, but duplexes are needed. The master plan did a comprehensive study. You know, it's not just this one neighborhood, it's the whole town of Norton. I went by their master plan that you can see online, and those are the, you know, three type of people that they're trying to hit: seniors, young families, and first-time homeowners. These houses here, these units here are perfect for those people. There is a need, there's a housing shortage, there is a need for housing for, you know, my son is looking, you know, but he can't afford a house, you know, so these duplexes, they bring the price down so he could afford, him and his wife can afford a house. I mean, we tried to preserve Old Taunton Avenue, you know, trying to preserve how it looks, so it's not gonna change. If I take the A&R lots and I build 4 single-family homes, you're gonna have 4 curb cuts. 4 curb cuts on that road, not 1. Right now, it's concentrated, the fire chief signed off on it. We put hydrants, we put a loop road, a loop water line. We're preserving most of the parcel. You know, we're only disturbing 2.5 acres out of 23.8 acres. I mean, you know, and you can put conditions on it, like I had said. You can preserve the front where no vegetation can be cut. You can, if you wanted more landscaping around the units, you know, my client is gonna do landscaping, not just basic landscaping. That's why I said, if I can give you some other developments that he's worked in, you'll see the type of house. He's not in here just to build and leave. He has a good reputation in the town of Upton, the town of Hopkinton, the town of Milford. Those are just 3 towns. If you call any planner, whatever my client says that he will do it. You know, if you want him to preserve even some of the lots, he would put a deed restriction where you cannot cut anymore. So I feel that this, you know, after the first meeting, I got the hint and I went back and we re-looked at it. A number of different layouts we looked at. I had 7. This is the best one that we came up with. And I feel that this will not affect the neighborhood. You put a cul-de-sac, that cul-de-sac road where it was shown is gonna go right towards that one single-family house across the street. It's gonna be right there because we tried to get the distance away from that intersection. You know, it may be a little congested there, but I mean, I really feel that this layout, you know, it doesn't affect the environment as much as a conventional subdivision. I mean, you could even do a 40B here, you know what I mean? So there are other opportunities that could come here. We felt that this would have the least impact on the neighborhood. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you. Any members of the board have anything further they'd like to add, or questions they'd like to ask? Our next actions would be to A, close the public hearings, and B, make a decision with potential conditions. Those do not necessarily have to be in the same meeting. We can choose to close the public hearing now and have a detailed discussion on whether we choose to approve and issue conditions at a later meeting. Alternatively, if we want to continue to another meeting and we feel like there's something else we can get, then we can do that. I'm not sure, speaking for myself, I'm not sure, I think I've heard what everybody has to say.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Is there a discussion before it? Can I comment one more thing?
Sure, please. And this, again, the motion, you can go ahead and come up. The motion is just to close the public hearing, which means, does not mean we're issuing a decision, it just means that we're not going to hear any further statements or comments either from the applicant or anybody else.
I can't say anything? What?
You can.
Oh.
I'm saying that's what the motion is.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I apologize for the confusion.
I just, picked up on this gentleman's last couple of comments. He kind of talked about congestion, and he went, he's talking about the environment, that's fine, but the congestion's a problem. This layout basically turns that into a 5 corners, which are typically very congested and difficult areas to navigate. When that number of cars coming out of there, you're definitely gonna have issues and problems with that. Duplex aside, just the congestion and the 16 to 24 cars that are gonna be added to that intersection, depending on how many cars people have. And that's not an unrealistic estimate. Most people have 2 cars and a lot have 3.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second, and you had the second, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To close the public hearing, again, that is just to stop taking comments from both the applicant and any members of the public. Is there any further discussion on the motion to close? Essentially, that we feel there's something else we want to hear. Okay. Hearing no further discussion on the motion to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So the public hearing for special permits for 192 Taunton Avenue are now closed. Is there any further action that we would like to take in terms of rendering a decision and/or conditions? Would we like to move into that now, or would we like to do that in a future session?
On top of the 4 special permits, we need a motion to allow that 1 tree to be cut in a scenic way also, correct?
Would that be part of the decision? That would be part of the decision which we have not reached.
Part of the decision.
Correct. This is
I don't
just
know.
to close the public
I'm
hearing.
asking.
Or we need to close the public hearing as well for the scenic way?
I'm actually not sure, but I don't think it would hurt.
That's not what I was saying, I was just.
Thank you, Alan. Yes.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was meaning. I was meaning how many motions we gonna need. We have to motion each special permit separately. I didn't know if we had to take a vote on that scenic way or not.
I think we should, to Maria's point, we should close the public hearing on the scenic way.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Thank you, Alan, for the motion and Laura for the second. Is there any further discussion to close the public hearing on the scenic way? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So the public hearings are now definitely closed.
Now back to the special permits. We have 4. We want to motion those separately.
Are you looking to motion for an approval, or are you looking?
I'm trying to get my ducks in a row on which one's the common driveway and which one's the.
I would take them all as a set and make sure that we tie that up separately. Unless you're gonna motion for an approval. Are you looking to motion for an approval?
All motions are mainly affirmative. I didn't know. Typically, these we would do like each one separate, no? I'm trying to get if there's 4 buildings, each need a special permit, and we have a common driveway.
Is the common driveway attached to one of them, Brian?
That's what I was trying to figure.
It should be all of them.
Yeah.
So
It says
that's built
check
into
out
the
what apply on this permit.
Okay, so the common driveway is a part of all of them.
Gotcha.
To clarify your point. And just, we have closed the public hearing, so, if you want to sit down, you please certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
So Laura, you look puzzled.
No, I do have a question, but I don't want to interrupt this one.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, does the planning board have the authority to condition the donation to the land preservation society?
We could certainly condition its
Or is that,
preservation.
I'm wondering, is that a planning board thing, or does that have to be a conservation?
It may be more appropriate for the conservation, but we could certainly put a
It looked like
condition that would
condition
restrict
too.
activity on it, which would essentially accomplish the same thing from our perspective. So just as a time check, it is 9:20 now.
Make a motion to approve special permit 17381, 17382, 17383, and 17384.
And we're looking to approve those with conditions.
With the standard conditions in what we talked about, and with the cutting of that tree if need be.
I think we'll need a separate vote on the tree because it's the scenic bylaw. So the motion is in the affirmative to approve with conditions. And the conditions include standard planning board conditions and then a restriction on the land closest to the river, is that correct?
Can we just say donation like they offered up?
I don't know if we can condition that, that's what I think Laura's
Okay.
point was.
There's a specific plot of land, maybe if they had the
We
exact.
don't have it like
acreage,
delineated,
exact-
I think it's
He did have it.
it's delineated, but I don't think we would be able to refer to it effectively.
Okay.
But that would all take place after the fact anyway, so it'd have to be we could put it in the after construction conditions if we felt. we
And
needed.
conservation would be made aware of it, right?
Yeah, conservation would go after us. Okay. So the motion was in the affirmative to approve, correct, Alan?
Correct.
Okay. And is there any further discussion on the motion to approve? Again, I'll do a straw poll here if people feel that we are ready to vote or are not. If we feel we're not ready to vote at this time, I would ask you to speak up.
Excuse me, sir.
We're not taking further comments at this time, sir.
Well, is there gonna be another opening, another meeting for this?
There may be, but public comments will not be taken.
Oh, so we're locked out of it.
We just closed the public hearing, sir. Thank you for speaking earlier. So, we do have a motion. Does anybody want to speak up in terms of not being prepared to vote? Obviously, you weren't a member of the board for the start of this, so I think you're out.
You got to stay.
But if you are prepared to vote, then we have a motion and a second. You're prepared for me to call it? I've stalled enough? Okay. So, the motion to approve special permit 17381, 17382, 17383, 17384. Again, the motion is in the affirmative. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. And do we have a separate vote for the scenic bylaw tree removal?
Motion to allow the one tree to be cut in the scenic way.
Second.
Seems right.
Ray, do you think that meets what you needed for that bylaw?
I am looking into it right now, and it looks like if this were approved, you need to post notice on certain spots in towns and on the tree, and have the tree warden also approve to cut the tree, and he's the only one who will be able to cut it. So I can check with the tree warden tomorrow to see the proper procedures.
So do you feel we need to wait on that motion?
I believe so.
Okay. So we will wait on that motion. Do you have any objection to withdrawing your motion?
No.
And we would potentially continue action on that item to our next meeting on the 31st. Does that make sense? Okay. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Alan, for the motion, and Jim for the second. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We're continuing that one item on the scenic way to 31st only. And Brian, if we can have a draft with standard conditions available just to review in advance. Okay. Thank you everyone for your participation in this project. Mr. Forbes, you're up next if you want to. We will, 2 weeks to cross all these T's and all those I's.
Yep. They are.
Well,
There wasn't much confidence when I
that is a piece of the.
Happy New Year to you. You took a good job.
Yeah, I was gonna try and do it. Is that okay? Sure. Just have a watch of this. But I'm cognizant of the bodies. If you need to, you are allowed to have an opinion as well. I have lots of opinions. I don't share Thank you. Somebody came off mute here, I'm not sure. Okay. Mr. Forbes, thank you for joining us again. I'm sure you're sick of hearing my voice and seeing my face. I'll start by saying I apologize for the confusion that was caused with the parking lot in the back of the lot. I have no idea how that happened, but I think we figured it out.
No problem at all. It's exactly what we had anticipated, and we're happy to move forward with that. I think there was just a little confusion. People probably shouldn't really have their fingers into this thing. So that was, since the, Bob Forbes from Zenith Consulting Engineers for the record. Since the last meeting, I had one homework assignment, and it was to contact the alternate transportation group. And that was specifically regarding the wording for the parking, the signs that were, you had mentioned at the last meeting, to be posted on the gravel parking area that is going to be provided by the project applicant. And after that confusion went away, it's basically came back down to the woman Karen who I was given contact information for, essentially said that she wasn't concerned at all about the signage or the parking lot, and wanted to leave whatever wording for the signage or whatever signage, the actual signage, up to the planning board. That's my understanding. So again, we're not opposed to building the parking lot or putting the signage in. The other item that happened since the last meeting is on January 9th. LEC from our group, project team met with the Concom, and they voted to approve the project initial order conditions.
And just to confirm, that is identifying it as a limited project?
Yes.
So that's giant red box is checked?
Correct. Correct, exactly. They essentially approved it exactly as we have shown on the plans, with their typical conditions and whatnot.
I know at our last session, you were still waiting for the final sign off from Horsley Witten, correct?
Yes, we do have that. We have that. In fact, Brian was kind enough to send it to me, I believe earlier this week, maybe last week. And then they also signed off on the conservation portion of it too, which the only outlying thing at that, on that letter was the size of the culvert that was proposed underneath the roadway crossing. So that's all done too. So, yeah, Horsley Witten has signed up.
Laura, was there anything else in our not to make you pull it up on the fly here, but.
The tracker, I did go over it right before, meeting. There are definitely things that we've got to look it over and close out in terms of, we need conditions.
There are many conditions, yes.
Yes. I don't believe, having resolved the question about whether they approved it as a limited project helps. Let me just look really quickly. I guess there was a question, I'm assuming the plans will be updated to show sewer connection?
I should mention that one other thing, and I can't recall if this happened before or after our last meeting, I believe after. We did meet with the Water and Sewer Commission. What they stated was, so our current plans on the utility plan show connections for water and sewer up to Brick Street.
Okay.
We met with them and went over it, they had no objection to anything. Thanked us for coming in to give them a heads up on it before, but they said they weren't gonna act on this until we were done with Conservation Commission and Planning Board. So that's all I can relate from them. They did not have any objection to it, just how, there may be some slight details that may need to be modified. But those connections are shown on the plans, and they were waiting for the other town boards to act before they acted.
I don't see anything in here requiring anything further from Zenith. There is one thing that Van Ness had suggested, and it was with regards to selective trimming and removal of trees on the right of way. And I think we need to get with highway on that.
That would be just related to a condition.
Yes. But at this point, there's not a lot pending any further. There's conditions needed and things we just need to clean up on the list, but no, I don't see anything else.
Laura, I will say thank you for maintaining the issue tracker for, especially for this large project. I know we've had a lot of comments from peer review, a lot of comments from all the others, some of whom I see on the Zoom meeting here. So thank you for maintaining that and making sure that we don't lose sight of something that people bring up. So, similar to our last project, this one obviously has a few more conditions to evaluate. As Laura said, I'm not sure if there's much more that we have from Mr. Forbes here.
There's one last thing, if you don't mind.
Yes.
And I apologize, Bob, you may not have the answer. One of the waivers that were requested was to allow fill greater than 8 feet within the right-of-way at the proposed wetland crossing. According to Horsley Witten, it needed conservation and planning board's approval. Is it safe to assume that since conservation has closed the public hearing and approved the project as presented, that waiver has been granted?
It wasn't a waiver, that they had to approve that fill in it's essentially the wetland dips down, so the wetland is in a little valley, and that's where we're crossing it. So we're required to have more than 8 feet of fill in there to maintain a relatively level road.
Okay.
So it requires the waiver from this board.
Okay.
But it was just a general approval from the Conservation Commission, no
Okay,
waiver
and
required.
your understanding is you have that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they've approved the plans as is, and as what's shown on the plan is that fill that's more than 8 feet.
Awesome.
They had to approve the active filling, we have to approve the amount.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Just distill it right down to.
And I think we're good.
May I add something from the Conservation Director?
Sure.
And this is just, Conservation Director said this as we were leaving today. He wants to see if the planning board is amenable to a perpetual conservation restriction for Pine Street, to give it to them or to the Land Preservation Society. He says the homeowners association is already doing the stormwater maintenance and the town doesn't want to adopt the roads as public ways. So it would be beneficial, in his opinion, to have this just deeded to either Concom or Land Preservation, not HOA. I don't know how
That would be,
that works.
I know we've covered this before. The applicant, Bob, has said the owner is fine with giving it to the town or having it stay with the homeowners association. I don't think Land Preservation Society was specifically discussed, but the position of the town manager was that the town did not want to take ownership of it.
Okay, so I'll check with him tomorrow.
That was, I asked explicitly that question and
Okay.
received that response.
Okay,
With no other things involved.
I'll check in with both of them and figure that out. Thank you.
But does that summarize essentially your thoughts on?
That's exactly
open
my
space?
understanding of it too. We're happy to do whatever the town wanted with the open space parcel. And if that is apparently it's to remain owned by the homeowners association, so we're happy to do that.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll look into it.
So the preference was that all land is part of the buildable lots with a restriction placed on the area that will remain as open space. And I can forward that to you.
Yes.
I know Brian was on it, but this goes back to October, so.
Thank you. I mean, if Mike said it, that's the bottom line.
Yes. But it was a very blunt question and a very blunt response.
Black and white.
That's what I want. I had 2 things of homework that day, and I got both of them, so, okay.
Can we discuss the chicken and egg situation with the town accepting the
Sure.
roads?
So, let me see, so, Laura, do you have that section of the subdivision bylaws available?
I
that
can
you-
pull it up, I think. Actually, I'll just go to the,
However you wanna get there.
I will get there.
In the subdivision regulations, it states that the roads should remain private. Which I believe is the intention with the HOA anyway. But there was a question about whether they would potentially be accepted by the town in the future.
I think, one second, let me see if I can share that on Zoom.
I know if I tried to pull it up, I have to send it like 3 different ways, so.
Yeah.
Section 9.1.
Yeah, that
I
one,
don't know if that helps.
Okay,
yes.
so. Did I lose it?
You're now on
Facebook.
What's that?
Now on Facebook.
There you go, click it again.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to make it
That's okay.
bigger and.
It's behind the people, I think.
Anyway.
It's okay. So, but yeah, so.
Can you read it? Sorry.
In cluster developments, the board shall require that grades remain private, particularly in instance that construction specifications are substantially less demanding than these regulations. So it's street specifications. Yeah, it says it shall require it, but then it also says particularly when this condition applies. So it's not a 100% ironclad shall. But from my perspective in this case, they're being remain private at this point. If town meeting decides to adopt them at some later point in the future, that's town meeting's decision. Unless we feel different in terms of procedure and when they do that check, we come up and say they're supposed to remain private because it's a cluster.
Okay, so regardless, we've been asked to waive the road, with the roads remaining private, and we do not appear to have that ability to do so.
we were asked by,
It's a waiver, so that's in the planning board regulations, correct?
subdivision.
Subdivision.
Yeah, subdivision regulations, so this board does have the right to waive that. So the way we prepared, and I mentioned early on, we were when the DPW director, we're fully prepared to keep the roads in private ownership in perpetuity. The DPW director mentioned to us at a very early meeting on this, that the town may want to accept the roadways. If he wanted to take a look at them, see how good of a job was done, et cetera, and then possibly accept those roads at some point in the future. So I felt the best way to handle that was ask for a waiver for that, and it says at the discretion of the DPW. I wasn't sure exactly how to word the waiver request.
Yeah.
I guess it should have said, shall we remain private until such a time as the DPW may.
But is it the DPW's decision? It's town
It
meeting.
would come before town
He would
meeting.
put a recommendation, typically the DPW puts a recommendation
Okay.
into the town.
So they would sponsor the article at town
I
meeting,
would
but
think
town
so.
meeting approves it.
I would just, my position would be to ignore that completely, and town meeting will do what town meeting does.
Right.
Okay, so
Unless, if you feel like that we want a waiver specified that at a future time, it may be adopted by town meeting, we can do that.
I think probably legally, that's the way to go. I mean, I'm not an attorney,
Okay.
but I don't see how town meeting can't waive a planning board regulation.
Town meeting
That
is
was my
the
feeling.
legislative body of the town, so they can do a whole bunch of stuff. that we may not think is a good idea.
It's up to you.
Okay,
Honestly,
so
it's
we
up
probably, we may want to insert a waiver, but the intention is for them to remain private until such time as the town takes it off the HOA's hands. For lack of a more elegant term phrase.
Yes, that's better. It's worded better than how I worded it.
Okay. So not to necessarily direct the flow of conversation here, but I definitely think that we need probably a significant chunk of time to run through conditions for this project.
Yeah.
I do not know if we have anything else that we need to hear at a public meeting, other than I'll turn around here and see if anybody else would like to speak, or see if anybody from the Zoom meeting would like to come forward as well to make any additional comments.
Alan Brunis, Norton Lane Company. So I don't want to get ahead of myself and presume that you're going to do what you're going to do with your boats. But I know there's been some talk about, if we were to go forward with the project, about hours of work in there. And I just want to be able to, if we get to that point, work the same hours that anybody else works. And hopefully, usually it's the building inspector that, enforces or controls what's going on. I mean, we're not looking to work 6 in the morning until 6 at night. Usually we work from 7 to 3 or 7 to 4. Saturdays is depending on workload, but we're not here to make noise that's not necessary. We run mostly new equipment that's user friendly, but for that part of it. But we just want to be able to work like anybody else that would be working in town. That's all.
And if you can, Laura, if you could have the issue tracker open. For hours of construction, you said the general ones that you have been doing are 7 to
7 to
3, 7 to 4,
Yeah.
and weekends it varies a little bit?
It's usually like 7 to 3, but again, it's not every.
Our standard construction hours, I think, I forget exactly, I want to say they start at 8.
I think 7.
7, 8?
Yeah.
We can look up the standard ones, I just wanted to make sure that we had what you said down in writing.
Okay.
I
And again,
think we do stagger the weekend a little bit later.
Every job starts at 7.
In construction, that's kind
Yeah,
of.
there's going right by my house right now, there's in there, but there's no.
For the,
No fact.
for the the language of the conditions. I know we have standard hours of construction conditions, and we'll refer to those. We have what you've stated
I
here.
just want to state, like I said, typically the building inspectors, I just want, I don't know what, I don't envision the planning board going out and enforce, doing enforcement. It would be more
The building inspector is definitely the enforcing authority
right.
for that in general, in most cases, yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I do see one person in the Zoom meeting with their virtual hand raised. So Bob, if you would like to come off mute and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, it's Bob Butler, 133 Pine Street. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few items. First one, you were talking about the open space land. You said you did not reach out to Land Preservation Society. Is that something that you could do? See if they would want to acquire that?
That is not what the town manager wanted to do. The town manager wanted to keep the open space as part of the buildable lots, so that they would remain part of the
Okay,
tax
are they
base.
are they governing over Land Preservation Society land, or not sure how that works?
The space would have a restriction placed on it, limiting the types of activity, generally like passive recreation. So they would still be part of the buildable lots, but there'd be a line through the lots, and basically above this line, passive recreation only. And members of the public would have access to it.
Okay. So there's no benefit for Land Preservation Society to take that land?
If the Land Preservation Society took it, that would come off of the tax base.
Okay, gotcha. I had a concern on the water department not wanting to sign off on like the final water sewer design. As you know, water quality is definitely a concern of a lot of the abutters on Pine Street. So I mean, if the water and sewer department's still not sure like what the best design is, that's a concern to me.
Yeah, I won't speak for the water and sewer department, but I view those comments as fine tuning and crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Do we use this connector or this connector rather than the broad strokes?
Okay, I mean, it might come down to whether they connect to Briggs Street or not, or is that like definite, like it's gonna loop in everything still, or?
I'm asking the applicant to.
Yeah, I can address that. The plan that we presented to, informally to the Water and Sewer Commission was exactly the subdivision plan showing the lines connected, looping from both of the two roadways in our subdivision up to Briggs Street. And that's for the water, and that's also for the sewer connection. So the sewer is connected, there's a sewer main under the rail trail, and both of the sewer lines connect into that. So yes, the answer is it's going to be on sewer, and the water is going to loop up to Briggs Street.
Okay, thank you. A question, I sent an email to Brian Carmichael, I believe last week, on the bond question, surety. Have you had a chance to review that as a board, or can we look at that now?
I don't believe we've looked at it in an open session. I know the members have had access to it. This is the posting of a bond and all of that stuff. That's fairly standard part of the permit issuance process. And we take the lead from the treasurer as well as the bylaws, which tell us what we need to do.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, is this something that you are gonna set up as part of this approving this project, assuming you are approving it?
So you're asking for a specific bond to protect abutters in case of the stormwater management plan not performing?
Right, if there's a failure in the future or during construction.
That's something the board can review and choose whether we want to consider. I'm not sure if we have a precedent for that, but it's something that we can discuss.
Okay, so is that something that you would have to discuss before giving approval on this project?
Before giving approval, yes. Potentially not before closing the public hearing. Just from a ABC, when we close the public hearing, that means that we are not taking further comments or testimonies from the applicant. If the applicant says, oh, I just heard this really great thing, we can't listen. Same thing for abutters or any other evidence. And then separately, we would make a decision depending on conditions. So even if you do hear a motion this evening, that will likely be just to close the public hearing if we choose to do that.
Okay. Another abutter actually brought up a good suggestion, I thought, with the backup alarms on the construction equipment. They make these white noise backup alarms versus the loud, I guess they're called tonal backup alarms. I wanted to see if that could be a condition of this project, just because the street is very quiet typically, and just the other day, I could hear these backup alarms, and I thought it was like right around the corner from my house, and it turned out to be at the elementary school on Plain Street, where they were clearing some land, which is fairly far away. So the noise, from this project is going to be much louder. So I wanted to see if the white noise backup alarms could be made a condition for this project.
We can ask. I'm not working in construction. I'm not sure if it's feasible for that to be the case 100%, whether that's a retrofit or if that's something that Caterpillar has to build in from the word go. I think that...
Yeah, I mean, I see them sold, online.
I think we can...
There's a,
we can ask the applicant to look to reduce noise wherever possible, including the use of those devices.
Okay, there's a company called Brigade that makes them, and they actually have some that are actually smart enough to change the volume based on the outside noise, so to adjust the decibels. Just,
So it gets louder when it's louder.
Something you might
It's
consider.
pretty cool. Okay.
Question on the work hours. I didn't hear what the standard work hours were. Personally, I think, all the abutters might have a different opinion on the hours that are acceptable. I know, construction typically starts early. Personally, I would think like 7:30 would be a fair time, Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. I think 8 a.m. on a Saturday would be fine, and then I would think no Sunday work.
Okay, thank you. And we have
I don't know if it's something that we could, as the abutters, we can all take a poll on and then try to come up with a suggested time frame.
I don't think we need to go to that extent. We do have restricted construction hours as one of our standard conditions for pretty much any permit. And we do vary those based on whether it's an industrial area, a residential area, et cetera. So that is something that we will consider.
All right. I just want to, last thing, I just want to remind everybody, the beginning of this project, the developer dropped like mountains of fill on land before he was supposed to touch anything. including, near wetlands, and they had to come back and move it. They dropped the fill without having any of the required barriers. So I just want to point that out, because I think, during the construction phase, I think they need to be watched.
That incident has not
That's all I
been
have to say.
forgotten, if that answers your comment.
I didn't catch what you said, sorry.
That issue has not been forgotten.
Okay. All right, that's all the comments I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And I do see another member of the person on the Zoom meeting looking to speak. The name on the screen is Ellen Turner. If you'd like to come off mute and just state your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, hi, this is Fran Turner. I'm using Ellen's computer, 145 Pine Street.
Thank you.
I just wanted to also add a comment about the noise. I did put a comment in about that. While it's maybe hard to distinguish, I guess, the difference between work hours and noise hours, I understand the applicant's concern about getting to work and perhaps having limits imposed on them. In fact, I have no problem if work starts earlier than certain times, so long as it's not noise generating work. So I'll just toss that out there as a proposal. Bob's correct. I think some of the neighbors all have different work experiences and have had different proposals about a work start. I think it's important for the planning board to take into consideration that this is a long-term project. I mean, if it was a week, a month, even a couple of months, we could suck it up. I could suck it up. I think it's going to be a longer-term project, and what's decided here might become a template for other portions of Pine Street or others, that would later become developed. So I would ask that a measured approach that allows the applicant to get to work, as well as allows neighbors who are going to be in their homes and experiencing this build project for a long time to be able to coexist. A particular number, I don't know. I mean, I threw out 8:30. 8 makes sense, perhaps, but and later on the weekends, if at all. But I think it's important just to put some limits on this, and the planning board has the right to do that, has the power to do that. So we're going to leave that with you folks to support us in this. So that's one point. A couple other quick ones, a couple of quick questions. If this is approved in some form, how do residents find out about this from the board?
Well, any vote of approval will happen during an open meeting session.
Okay. So we'll find out about the decision during an open meeting. What about any conditions of approval? That presumably would occur after the open meeting. How would we find out about those?
Standard conditions would probably be included in the decision, but those are generally fairly straightforward, like plans shall be present on the site for the building inspector to inspect. If there are any conditions that we've discussed in depth, we will probably discuss them specifically during the session we review those conditions, and they will be included in the decision, the hard copy decision itself.
Okay, and is that public? Is that something that we can see after this, if a decision is made?
Once a decision is made in either direction, that would be available for view. If we make a motion of approval, that goes to the clerk to stamp it, and you can see that.
Okay, so would we have to go to the clerk, or would that get posted on the planning board website, or just trying to sort of get a clear understanding of, you know, who
Sure.
one would, if we wanted to see the list of conditions, assuming is a list of conditions, who do we talk to about that?
Sure. Brian, is that posted anywhere, or is the clerk the best place to get that decision?
It is posted on the Dropbox for the public view.
Okay. So if you have access to
Did
the
Brian
public,
say that it's on Dropbox or something?
there's a public Dropbox view, which is linked from the planning department's website, which you should be able to
Okay.
access. And that would be in a folder with all of the other files related to this project, correct?
There's a file
Okay.
folder on the public access that's called Decisions, and it will be there when it's done.
Okay.
And
Sounds
there is
good.
a turnaround time from we make a decision to it goes through 5 different people's desks before it gets posted, but.
Understood. Okay. 2 other questions. I'll be as quick as I can. If this project is approved, just so that residents can understand from a point of view of what to expect, how can we find out about the timeline, the project's timeline? Not trying to, kind of get anything 100% in writing. I understand things don't always go as planned, but as far as the build is concerned, would there be a way to find out either through the planning board or even from the applicant, just a general roadmap timeline?
Sure. But I'm not sure if you have this and you'd be able to, this is not an answer that you would be held to.
Yeah,
From a back of the envelope.
100% it's based on the economy. But Al, I don't know if you have any idea.
I mean, we're ready to start now. How quick we move is, like he said, the economy, but we're not big time builders where we come in and build 44 houses in 1 year. That's not how we would do it. It's kind of a slow process. So I can't tell you what it would take, but we're just not even capable of doing it that quickly.
So it's not everything built all at once.
No.
It's build a
No.
few,
Right.
sell,
I would
build a
like
few, continue.
I'd like to think it would be something around 10 a year, so it'd be like a 4-year thing.
Okay.
It's not a massive, like, we're not a Toll Brothers, we're not that type of an
Okay,
operation.
and again, the idea is not to try to hold you folks to anything, it's just more to understand. So, I mean, if you're a neighbor and you don't hear noise, and then you hear noise, and then there's one's built, one's not built, it's a lot easier just to have a general sense of what to expect, and it's, my question is more in the sense of trying to be, understanding what's going on, so we understand and sort of anticipate periods of noise or builds or whatever the case might be.
So the state one was 4 or 5 years-ish, depending on economy and home sales and what the president happened to have for breakfast that day.
One thing I will say is we start it, we'll finish it. We're not start, stop. We're not mothballing it. We're not, we start a project, we finish it, so.
Thank you.
Okay, and that sort of goes back a little bit on my earlier comment. I was just concerned for 4 years of construction vehicles and nail guns and things like that. I do appreciate, by the way, what you said earlier, Al, about doing what you guys can do to sort of be aware of noise and minimize as much as possible. Not always easy to do on a construction project, I understand, but I appreciate that statement and the sense of it.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mr. Turner, do you have anything else?
Just the last one, if there's any questions about the, conditions in the future, any conditions that are set, I know would it, after this, is the planning board done? If somebody has questions about a condition or something like that, does one go to the applicant, the building inspector, the water department? How does that work?
So I would say if you see a geyser erupting in the middle of the site, you should call the building inspector and highway.
Okay.
If it's a question about a condition, I would say go to the town planning staff. So Maria is our town planner, and Brian, who's done yeoman's work in helping with this project over the course of its discussion. Is supporting the planning board as well as other parts of the town administration. So both of them would be able to answer the question or find a way to get the answer to the question for you.
Okay, that sounds good. And being able to do that, it's just a good way to be able to get questions answered, avoid misunderstandings, and just, you know, like I said, coexist. All right, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Yep.
Okay. I'll turn around here in person one more time. Don't think anybody here is gonna ask anything else. So if anybody else on the Zoom meeting would like to speak, now would be the time. Mr. Forbes, did you have any further comments? Otherwise, I think I would be looking at the board to either continue or close the public hearing.
No, I have nothing, thank you.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
This is the motion to close the public hearing for definitive subdivision 13932 and special permit 14704. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion to close the public hearing and not take any additional evidence? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to close the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Danny, you would, I think, abstain?
Yeah, I'll say that's fine.
Okay. So the public hearing is now closed. I would think that we would want to potentially discuss conditions and take any further action at a subsequent meeting. Does that seem appropriate? Rather than issuing a decision? Would anybody like to make a motion thereof? Therefore, whatever word I should use?
When do you want to continue to? 31st.
31st? Yeah, sure.
There's nothing else there.
Other than the
Well, we already
scenic way,
continued.
the 31st?
I'll motion to continue DEF 13932 and SP 14704 to January 31st.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, abstentions? Okay, so we'll continue discussion on conditions and potential vote on December the 31st. The applicant and any members of the public are welcome to attend that session in person or remotely as they so choose. But again, the public hearing is closed, so we will not be hearing any additional evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure working with you all and your staff too. Very professional staff.
And Jeff.
You should,
Thank you.
be sure to write that on our Yelp page. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is 0 South Washington Street. I know you didn't see you here. Do you have any objection to a quick 5-minute break before you get going?
It's fine by me.
Okay. So for anybody joining us virtually, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back with 0 South Washington Street.
I wanted to share or use my.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Better to look through everything. Yeah, I gotta get that checked out. It won't last 3 hours.
How old is it?
Well, it's a work one, so I don't know. I didn't note it first. We warned you, Jameson.
I know. She thought it would be quick though.
Oh, she said it wouldn't be bad if it was gonna be. It was gonna be worse.
It's west of Lopes,
Can't all fit in that bathroom.
Okay.
It's more the advantages of being the only female on this board.
No, one.
Maria?
Yeah.
I bet you there's more than one stall though. And
say that, like, wow. You know.
I'm surprised you remembered that name. It's being so common.
Can we get started on the chairs now?
We really should get the calendar for the hearing, figure out what the meeting before then.
So good, man.
I have a text from her, no, I don't. Say she's away from me. I didn't already do that. Okay. Just give it a few more minutes for Wayne and Brian and Maria to rejoin us here. That is one of the hazards of long meetings.
I thought you wanted me to restrict my presentation to 5 minutes.
Oh, no. No, we needed to,
You needed a break.
so the library lets us use the room if we keep it clean, so it's. Yeah, that's the. Yeah, no. I already know which one's out.
Okay.
Does anyone remember the sewer hookup? We amended it for the time frame to pay the connection fee at town meeting. Did we compromise at 7 years, was it?
Whatever was put forward as the compromise was approved. I forget what it was.
7, right? They started with 10.
I was thinking 10, maybe less.
I
think they asked for
they asked for one, somebody said, let's meet in the middle, and then everybody said, that sounds good, I want to stop talking about it.
7.
I would have to check, I do not recall. And if I did, I wouldn't trust my memory.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe we have everybody here. So Jameson, are you good?
Good.
Okay. Welcome back to the Tuesday, January 17th Planning Board session after a brief recess. We are now speaking about site plan review and special permit 17404 and 17406 for 0 South Washington Street. This is again for an application for a parking lot containing 155 spaces for e-commerce, specifically Amazon was the intended tenant. So I won't steal too much of your thunder. If you want to just introduce yourself and provide an update as to the updated set of plans and any additional comments.
I'm Bob Kroll, Kroll Engineering. I represent Chico LLC, Dave Tewitt. I think he's zooming on this, I believe. When I was last here, the last plan that I presented, it didn't show this. All the parking spaces were 9 by 20, and at a last minute thing before the meeting, they wanted some at 27, so I bumped this out 7 feet along here. So from the last plan that you saw, this, that changed there, but this is where it was before. We had discussions about landscaping, and we needed a 20-foot buffer. We didn't have a 20-foot buffer. We had about 5.7 or 8 feet here. So I pushed it down. So this got pushed down, and this had to get reconfigured. This curled around like this, and so we had to put a little straightaway there and then turn it. And so this is what we have. And in doing so, we reduced the paved area by about 1,200 square feet. So the drainage that we had done before still works, and we checked it, and everything was. Okay. Let's see, I think Maria and Brian, they had sent us, I actually met with them last week, and we went over a number of things, and after that meeting, I had actually started doing this, but we had talked to them to make sure this is what we're gonna do, and I took care of that. But these are the other items that we had from the last meeting and from the meeting that I had last week. Who will be maintaining the lot? The maintenance and management will be done by Chico LLC or Dave Patuitt. Will there be signage for trucks to go into Miles Standish? All right, we're going to be putting a stop sign up here, and we're going to have a no left turn for trucks. So it'll be like this. So we'll have that first, so they see that, and then, I mean, they're all vans, they're all gonna go this way to go load up at the warehouse. So that's what they're gonna do. Okay. Potentially having static lights instead of motion sensor lights. We hired Exposure 2 Lighting, and they provided a photometric plan. When I sent it to them, we were in between, we sent them what we had for the landscape buffer, so we have it, I have a plan, this is just an 11 by 18, but we have it, and everything works on it. I should get the other one, I should have it in another day, but I would like to provide this, it'll look very similar to this. This lower area here will be the same, and this is just getting squeezed down a little bit, but they couldn't get it back to me in time for the meeting.
Maria, I know you reviewed the lighting bylaw as well with the applicant, correct?
Yes, I provided the applicant with the exact like sections. I have not had a chance to review this, but I know there's also a set from the paramedic plan, which is amazing. We do need, you know, what kind of perfect.
I do have the specs and everything, and I can forward those along to you also.
Thank you.
I'll probably have this back either tomorrow or by Thursday.
Okay.
They're quick, but they just couldn't get it back. I think I sent it to them last Wednesday. Okay. Clarification on security. Dave responded by saying, I intend to install a computer-operated slide gate. Slide gate would be the security gate would slide back and forth right in here. There's the 2 posts, and we'd go back and forth there. With a passcode for entry and recording cameras. The gate is shown just prior to the parking area. And again, we've spoken with the fire department, and they would have to provide them something so they could find out what the code is, or they could have a...
Give them the code, or...
Yes. Yeah.
One of 8 ways you can do it.
Yeah. And as well as the police. The hours of operation. Hours of operation typically are between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Especially during the season we just had, they'd be running around at 10 o'clock, but probably not so much now. But that would be the typical hours. Screening plan for abutters. I added a landscape plan. Let's see, is that?
You said it was 7, so I think you could just pull that one all the way up.
There we go. There it is. All right, so as you saw, the buffer zone follows this, and I just carried it over to here. And we have a bunch of plantings here, there's a tree detail, and the plants are shown here. The tallest ones in this area, I try to keep them closer to the parking lot. That's the size of the trees that we're proposing when they're fully grown. That's the size. So I think that's 8, that's like 7.5 foot diameter, that's 5 foot diameter. And then the other thing that we're doing is around the parking lot. So we have the parking lot, we have the curb, the loam and seed, the little flat area that falls around the edge. And then on the slope, we're going to put a ground cover. And that's what we're proposing.
I didn't see any arborvitaes in the species list, but just as a general note, the deer in Norton are hungry. So if there are deer-resistant varieties of those species, it's always a helpful addition.
Okay. My last house, I had hostas, and my son had just cut the grass. Gene, you cut the hostas down. No, the deer had cut them straight across, and they do it at my house now too.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. All right, I guess I could tell you here. This is the area that we're proposing for snow storage off here.
Thank you for delineating that.
On this big scale, we're not parking here, so the vehicles can dump it here, and they can also, they can dump it out in this area. So that's where the snow would be disposed of, and it's outside of the 50-foot no-touch, and it's outside of the 200-foot riverfront area. I met with the Deputy Robbins, as I think I mentioned last time, and he had provided me with the largest truck turning radiuses that they have, and everything works. It's tight, but they're not going to send a ladder truck to handle a car. But they might, but it would work. And then
unless you're doing double-decker buses.
Yeah. Let's see, Pam Verdi, she was on Zoom, I guess.
Right across the way, yeah.
And
it's on that plan too.
oh, okay. But it shows up best. It doesn't show up on that if you go to the existing condition plan, plan number 2. It's just that's her. That's it right there. So she's off to the side. So the driveway. The driveway is over here.
Yeah, it's to the right of that other one.
Yeah. So she shouldn't have any issues with that. But that was one of the things that I was asked to show. And another question was about Amazon vehicles. Where would they be registered? And Dave.
So this was your question, right, Alan?
Mm-hmm. Okay. The place of registration is as follows. First of all, Amazon buys the vans.
I knew the answer when I asked the question.
Yeah, okay. They own the vans and branded vans in bulk from various manufacturers. Amazon uses DSP, or delivery service providers. These are small independent contract companies that lease vans from Amazon. They then register and maintain and fuel the vans. They also train, manage, and employ the drivers. Therefore, the vans are registered as owned at the location of the local DSP offices or Amazon's local warehouse. Also, the vans are part of a rotating or fluid fleet in that they are moved around to service different warehouses as needed. Thus, no van has an actual permanent place of garage, like it would be owned if it was owned by a person that lives at a permanent address. This is very much like the same way that rental, lease, road tractors and trailers for companies like Hertz, Ryder, or Penske truck leasing companies operate. And I think you'll get some excise money, but you can't guarantee it.
From a tax perspective, none of those are garaged in Norton, so there's very little excise tax from the trucks, basically.
Zero. That's it.
Okay.
And I guess the last thing that was a question about a traffic study. We don't feel it's needed. The vans must take a right out of the lot to pick up packages from the delivery warehouse. That's the route they're gonna do. So they're all gonna come out here and go that way. So the vans are gonna go that way to the Amazon parking lot. I'm not sure what else we would do by doing a study. I guess that's it. I don't know. Any questions or?
I have a question. I have a question.
Sure.
I think you said last time that the drivers of these are gonna be pulling there with their own personal cars.
Right, correct.
And that they're gonna back their Amazon van out
Right.
and then put their car
Yes.
into the same space.
Yes.
That's probably gonna work pretty good if there's just one every so often, but what happens if 10 people come in there and they're waiting for them to back out?
Well,
Somebody's gonna have to wait.
well, I mean, they'll come in here and I guess they'll be spread out. I know Dave has a contract for, I think, 100 presently. Also, the other thing was, I just want to mention the parking spaces, it got reduced to 147. We had like at one time 155, 152, and by dropping this, we didn't want to get any closer here because of the grading.
And the buffer.
Yeah, that's the 25-foot no touch, and we couldn't get any closer.
And there's still no plans for any of these to be electric?
No, that's not in his contract. I mean, maybe at a later date it could happen, I don't know, but that's the contract that he has now. And if that was to happen on a later date, Amazon, they could, I mean, it's a pricey thing to do. But
Yeah, no, Dave said it last time that there was no plans, we were still just shocked.
Yep.
I would like to still see a traffic study. You're talking about, there's 147 spaces. That's 147 personal cars coming in there, 147 Amazon vans going out of there. So that's 294 vehicles.
you just did the study. That's what it's gonna be, exactly. So, yeah. I mean, it could be that much, it could be that much.
Yeah, well, you have a maximum 147, so.
Right.
And that happens twice a day.
Yeah,
So that's-
I mean, I don't know that Amazon, it all happens all at one time. I think there's like 2 shifts that come in, so they come in at different times.
I don't care if there's 2 shifts.
Yeah, well, I'm just
There's
saying.
There's still that number, possibility,
yeah.
that number of vehicles on South
Yeah.
Washington Street
Right.
twice a day.
Yeah.
So I think there should be a traffic study of that many vehicles on South Washington Street.
I'm not sure well, it's a traffic study, but I'm not sure what it's gonna do. I believe there was a place right up here that has garbage trucks, and they might have 100 vehicles over the course of the day coming in. I don't know.
So, is there a particular intersection that you're thinking about, Wayne, or more the direct abutters?
Thinking more than direct about it. The people that have to put up with all their traffic. You talk about, you say there's a 100 waste management trucks that we've been talking about, so
Right.
now you're adding.
They're further down, yeah.
Another,
Yeah, I mean,
another lot of vehicles.
yeah, it would, I don't think that they would have data on shifts for Amazon, any kind of traffic study. They would just go in ITA calcs and say, here's a parking lot. Trying to, otherwise, they would just be doing the same envelope math that we were doing, which to me just says, you don't want to be going that way between 7 and 9 o'clock in the morning. You don't want to be going against the flow, basically. Coming, or Yeah, because any of the backup would be all the way in the industrial park. Because they're all going out to Miles Standish, so Waste Management wouldn't like it, probably.
Oh, there are also butters on that road.
There are.
That
Yeah.
maybe want to come out of their driveways
Yep,
at that time.
yeah. If they're going to the industrial park, then that'd be a challenge. If they're going right, then looking at all the Amazon trucks going the opposite direction. Yeah. Could a traffic study formalize it? Probably. But I think if this project is approved, we basically have to assume that the residential abutters on that street are gonna see a whole bunch of trucks every day, and they're not gonna like it.
You're making my point?
Yes.
But, you know, they're the vans, they're not like a big garbage truck, so they're more.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go up, what am I thinking of? Milford, I think there's a big lot in Milford.
They're everywhere.
If you go anywhere near the start of the day up there, you pass 10 of them in a quarter of a mile. So it's a concentrated boom of vehicles.
I work near.
Morning and night.
I work near a fulfillment center. They're very good at getting logistics in and out. They have it down pretty pat. There's never any backup around that area. And that fulfillment center is right next to UPS, and they work back and forth with UPS. This being a remote lot, it's kind of different. There's no control. The company doesn't have any controls over it. Amazon's gonna have no controls over this.
Now, especially if they're all gonna be smaller.
And as he was saying too, the delivery drivers none of the delivery drivers work for Amazon. They're all subcontractors.
So is it shift work that they're talking
They're
about?
always in two crews.
Or is it
I'm
kind
just
of-
saying, I mean.
It's usually 2 shifts in and out. They
Right.
load first shift out between 9 and 10. And that's all they have capacity for, loading at a time.
Yeah, because then
they'll do
they're
a
not
second
gonna want
shift.
all those cars at the stands at the
They can't
warehouse.
use it.
Right.
So Amazon does have some say in it, they're not saying, oh, let's drive it, but all right, you guys come in at this time, and then we can load you up, and then the next shift will come in, and they load them up, and off they go.
Yeah.
And regarding the question with the flow of trucks, this is more for the board, with that no left turn sign for trucks, does that have any legal bearing, or is that just a suggestion that they have to follow? Okay, so
But that's the way they would go.
They gotta get to the warehouse to get it.
Right, yeah.
It keeps with a lot of our other conditions that we've had with projects in the vicinity of the industrial park. Say, go to the industrial park to get to the highway.
Mhm.
Don't go some other way and follow your smart GPS that's gonna take you through a bunch of residential neighborhoods and take you longer.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. We do a lot, we had that as a condition for some projects on 123 up by the highway and different places. I do see one person on the Zoom meeting with their hand up. The name on the Zoom is Julie Cleary. So if you could unmute and just state your name and address for the record. I know everybody uses everybody else's devices, so just go from there.
Hey, this is Dylan Cleary at 158 South Washington Street. Thank you guys for hearing me out. I did want to speak on a couple of things you guys just talked about. I am definitely firmly in the camp of traffic study needed. I did speak last time. I'll just reiterate, I've had, in the 6 years I've been here, I've already had two cars in my yard, which I don't know if that seems like a lot, but when you live here, 2 cars in your yard is a lot. Should be 0, right? And that's just how it is now already. Neighbors have told me who've been here a lot longer than me, there've been a lot of other accidents right in this area. This going in, it's not gonna help. I mean, I would say it probably would hurt and lead to more accidents. Can't prove it, but I definitely can't prove it without a study. Can't imagine it's not gonna hurt though. especially where it's going in. I know you guys said, right turn only, which is important. Hopefully they would stick to that and not be coming out taking lefts. I mean, I'm sure the trucks will do it, but what about when they're leaving? Right? The people who are bringing their cars in. You gotta think it's not just 120, 150 vehicles, Amazon trucks, it's also the the workers driving their cars in, right? Are they gonna be doing right turn only, or are they gonna be taking lefts out of there? Also, when they're coming to and from, they're turning left in there, they're turning right in there. It's just gonna lead to a lot more traffic, a lot more congestion, and it's making a dangerous area even more dangerous, especially with where it is, that bend in the road. People fly around there. I can definitely picture someone slamming into someone there. For sure, I can picture people coming the other direction trying to avoid, going too fast, slipping on the ice, ending up in my yard, just like those other cars. So I do think we really need to consider strongly some sort of study or, thinking about this, because it is a concern. I mentioned before, I have a 1-year-old, family. There's other kids on the street. My neighbor has a child who gets on the bus every morning. It's a concern. Other than that, I mean, there's other concerns too. You guys talked about the hours of operation, right? That's 7 days a week, Saturdays and Sundays. It's very quiet here. Now you're gonna be adding all that noise, all that traffic, 7 days a week. That is definitely a nuisance to all of us who live here, all the abutters. And the hours of operation, it says 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., but I mean, we all get Amazon packages. I've gotten them, we get the emails when they're delivered. I've gotten emails, between 5 and 6 a.m. And, are those hours set in stone by anybody, or is it just, it's up to Amazon and they can do whatever they want, right? Could they change the hours at any time in the future? We don't know, right? So that stuff should be considered before it goes in. Because once it gets put in, right, this law gets put in, I feel like there's a lot less control on our end. It's more of, the owner and Amazon and what they want to do. So I definitely think that should be considered. The noise from the trucks, I know they're vans. I still think they make noise. Do they make, a lot of these trucks, they make noise when they back up, beeping, early in the morning, throughout, whenever they're leaving late at night. That's a nuisance, especially for the houses really close to that parking lot. That's a big nuisance. I know the landscaping buffers there, I don't think that really is gonna stop noise. It puts a little distance in between it, but does it really stop noise? I don't know. Even just the trucks without the beeping, just going in and out, that's a lot more noise. That's a big nuisance. And then, just my final point, sorry, I know it's late, I appreciate you guys listening. My final point, I just think this project, I just don't see how it does not negatively impact property values on the street of the abutters. I know I was reading the bylaws, 4.6 talks about how, prohibiting anything that negatively affects property value of abutters. With regards to, things I've talked about like noise and many other things. I just think, anyone, when you think about it, do you want to buy a house near a big parking lot with all these trucks, especially right across the street? I think people would come and see houses and they'd see that and they'd go, ooh, and they'd say, I don't think I want to live there. And you'd turn away most people, which obviously drives down demand for the houses, which drives down property value. That's all I got for now. Thanks for listening. I think Pam might want to say a few things. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Pam, thank you.
Oh, okay, I'm Pam Vetri. I'm also an abutter to the property. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Couple of things have already been brought up. I was worried and concerned that you guys didn't have a good chance reviewing the plan because you couldn't even see it. It was at the close of the day at like 4:30. because it was concerned to me because in the previous plans, it was mislabeled streets, which caused the issue about my driveway and not knowing where the access road, because Lopes Drive was actually mislabeled. It was actually 176 down further where the, you know, where that was gonna be. But hopefully you get a chance to look over the plan and know that it's okay. As far as the traffic, I submitted some pictures today to Brian. Thank you so much, Brian, for your help.
We got
I don't think anyone really knows how bad that curve is. And the Conservation Committee told Brian to stake out the access road so us as abutters and residents could see where it is. So looking at the plan, I took a rough estimate, and it looks like where that access road is gonna be is right on a turn, which means, all right, so this truck is going down, and to go a little bit further, if you look at this picture to your left, you see a utility pole to the left, the first one, then go down to the second one. All right, so the access road is kind of going in between there, across from the turn. So when you see this truck going down, there's another picture. You can't really look. You can see the turn. You can't, yeah. So you see how that car goes down? So you can't really see. When you're coming up the road, I have pictures coming up the road, you can't see where that access road is. And if people are coming out of that access road, it could be a serious problem, you know, causing accidents, because this is like a freeway. This street is so bad now because all the people in the workers in the industrial park found this road, which runs parallel. So instead of staying in that the industrial road and backed up like miles to get out of there, they cut it. I see them cut through Holiday in there, and then they come up this road. These cars, they don't even stop for my grandson's school bus. They go with the blinking light. It's a school van with blinking lights going. They just barrel up the road and whatever. I've been here for since 1992, and I can account 10 accidents, and no lie, on my property. My mailbox, I used to have fence all the way down the frontage of my property. In the pine trees that I removed, I mean, it's dangerous. And now it's even gotten worse with there's just definitely more traffic going on. So that turn, I don't know if you can go more, show another picture, Brian, maybe coming up the road. All right, yeah, it was just going down. Yeah, I don't know, is that always, no, that's still going down. Is there any more? Yeah, here, this is going up, guys. All right, so here's going up. So that's the fire hydrant. And then at that pole up there, that utility pole, is kind of where, can't say accurate because he did mark out the access road, because we did have a private discussion about the access road, and that he was gonna mark it out, but as of today, I didn't see it yet. So it's actually after that utility pole is the access road, which is gonna go directly, you know, line up across the street. So you see that utility pole, and you see that corner, that curve, you can't really see where the access road is. So someone coming down this, barreling down or whatever, car pulling out, van pulling out too much, and into their lane, it could cause some serious accidents. And as far as no-through trucks, there's a sign that the town put up, as long as I've been up here, right down by the Norton Commerce Center. Even when you're coming out of the Commerce Center, there's a sign. I had sent pictures to Brian, but they were kind of late. He probably didn't get them in, and I apologize. But you're coming out of the Commerce Center, it's, oh, you did, you're a sweet man. It says no through trucks, my pictures are bad, and then 495. No one enforces this. These trucks come barreling up the street and the road. I mean, who's gonna be the one to enforce it? Like, I know in the new updated revised plan, they had a letterhead that went through the statements of changing things, but at the end, they said, we don't think a traffic study is needed because the cars are turning right. But who in God's name is gonna be there, you know, to really enforce that? There's not gonna be anybody. And then, like you said, you got all these private cars, the drivers coming, you know, so it's gonna be, you know, I think it's gonna be a problem. I mean, that sign wouldn't have been posted by the town if there's not issues. This is a residential area, it's homes. I mean, I did talk to Brian and say, you know, is it possible you can move the access road to the bottom, you know, switch it instead of close to all the residential houses, more towards the other end? I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if it was feasible, but it would have stopped. It would have been more in a straightaway and more down by the commercial area. And I don't know if it would have affected, less effect on the wetlands, which would have been pretty, you know, awesome. Another concern is who's going to ensure our personal safety and our homes. You know, they're stealing packages off people's porches. You don't think that once someone sees all these Amazon vans that there's not going to be any vandalism or theft? I mean, I can't say that it is going to be, but it could be a possibility. That's going to endanger our residents, the area in which we live in. Because, oh, they'll be like, oh, I see this house. Maybe they'll watch and see the car's gone and then go in. I mean, I can't say that's it's going to happen, but I mean, it could be a possibility and something to take in consideration. And then one other thing is Norton adopted a Complete Streets in October of 2017. It's an organization funded by MassDOT to improve streets. The goal is that streets are safe and comfortable and accommodate all uses, like, you know, they put in sidewalks, crosses, whatever they, you know, street crossings or whatever. So what happens is Norton, this is the procedure, Norton puts together a list of streets that they prioritize, you know, that really need some help and there's concerns. And then assessment is done by the Complete Street Company, and there's a set of, you know, set up by their criteria, like they vehicle crash survey, crash involving pedestrians and cyclists, areas of activity. That means areas that generate a lot of activity, like automobiles, pedestrians, cyclists. And in that, we're the second one down. So it was the other elementary school, and then LG North, Salmonese, and then us on South Washington Street, because we're close to LG North. It causes a lot of extra, you know, like traffic and flow or whatever. So that's a concern. And then totally, Norton proposed 42 streets that needed help, and they ranked, after the assessment of the Complete Street project, they assessed South Washington Street as number 9. I think that's pretty high, and that was back in 2018, 5 years ago.
Yeah. Pam, we lost your microphone for a second.
She's just gonna keep going.
Pam, we lost your microphone there.
About it, I probably could go on and on. I'm just worried about the safety of myself, my grandchildren, my grandson that lives with me, the neighbors. I'm surrounded by neighbors. Stacy has 2 children. And then Brian, of course, has his beautiful little girl. I have kids at my house all the time. It's like, I wish I could have taken a video and, you know, show you these cars driving down the road as fast. But it's something, the traffic study is needed because it's right on the turn. I don't know if you can really see it on the picture. Maybe someone could go down and look. I mean, so cars are not visible. And what are the vans, you know? And the vans, some of the vans, according to Mass, if they weigh over 6,000 pounds, they're considered a truck. One of the vans that they have at Vivian is like 8,900 pounds, so it's considered a truck. Granted, it's going to be coming up the road and going into the parking lot. But what happens if that van's coming down the road and not delivering things and goes into the parking lot? So this is not going to be anybody, you know, monitoring that. So that is,
Yeah. So
I don't know, a concern.
So Pam, I'll just say one thing to answer one of the comments both you and Dylan both made. There isn't an enforcement ability to say trucks go right at that sign, but there really isn't a need to. The way that this lot was envisioned is that the trucks in there are empty. The drivers show up in their personal cars, they park their personal car, they take their truck to the warehouse and fill up. To get to the warehouse is in Miles Standish, so they gotta go right to get to work. So there's no reason for the truck to go left. So they should be going
Right,
right.
but how about coming home, Brian? If they come in, delivering, they come down the road, and how would anybody know that those vans are empty? That, for vandalism and stuff like that. And then we have to also consider the drivers, what direction they're gonna come. That's gonna be more traffic. It's statistically shown that more traffic brings on more accidents, and it's unsafe.
Yeah.
So, again, they make it right because the warehouse is down there, but I don't think people are gonna know that these vans parked there. Oh, what are they're gonna put a sign, vans empty? You think it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna hold anybody back giving it a try, but I understand your point, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, but you are correct in that when they go home, they're gonna go whichever way they wanna go to go home. Odds are probably a good decent portion of them will go to 495 through the industrial park, but some of them probably won't. But yeah, so thank you both, Dylan and Pam, for your thoughts. I do see one additional person in the Zoom meeting, Dave. Dave, I know you're the owner of the property, correct?
That, that turn, because it looks, I could have shown better pictures if I had where it's supposed to be marked off, like Brian was supposed to mark off, so we knew visibly where that access road was, We have a rough idea, but.
Thank you. No, I think the picture.
Thank you, I really appreciate you guys taking the time, it's very late, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Dave, I see your virtual hand raised in the Zoom meeting. Is there additional comments that you wanted to, I know I answered one of the big questions in terms of which way trucks were needed to go to get to the warehouse, but if there's anything further you wanted to clarify, Dave?
Yes, hi, this is Dave, how are you?
Good.
First I want to say, I absolutely understand and respect the neighbor's point of view. We all deserve tranquility and peace and quiet and safety in our neighborhoods. Myself, I've had bad neighbors before and it's no fun. The last thing I would do is impose any kind of, negativity on anyone. That's just not who I am. And I met with Pam last week and I thought we had a very nice talk and I told her we would absolutely do whatever we could do to accommodate all the requirements here to make everybody happy. And I do understand what these people are saying. It's their homes and that's very important. It really is. And I have my own home and I understand it completely. So that said, I have no intention of stepping on anybody's toes or disregarding or disrespecting anyone, ever. And I'm always open to what's required here. But on the other hand, it is zoned industrial and it's zoned industrial for a reason. And I have the right to make a living, just like all of you people have the right to make a living. Just like Pam has the right to make a living. And I asked the question, they're concerned about, the wetlands and everything else, and of course, we've abided by all the rules there. What happened, the same thing happened to the property that their house is on before they moved in there. Somebody had to cut down the trees and displace the salamanders and the deer and everything else to make the house that they live in, right? It's just the way it is, and more people every single day inhabit this earth, and it's growth. And like it or not, it's reality. And we can't expect other people to the whole world to stop just because we want to keep things the way they are. It's just not right. It's not the way it works. So that said, I have proposed and intend to enact very strict security over there with a fence and the gate. there's not gonna be a hangout, it's not gonna be people over there hanging out, that's for down the road in Taunton, that's where that happens. It's not gonna happen at my place, I can tell you that. I respect the right turn only on the way out of there. I have another property at 184 South Washington Street, and I put up signs there. All of my customers that come in on trucks for my business are instructed to take a left, and on their way out of my yard, get out to the highway that way. I don't care if you're going north. Don't come in here and expect to drive through the residential neighborhood. It's not right. And we've been pretty good about that. In fact, we've been very good about it, and all our customers know it. And the same will happen here. Take a right out of there, go down to the highway, go wherever you have to go, but don't go through the residential neighborhood. It's not what it's there for. So, I guess the bottom line is, you know, there's a mix, you know, the world turns, and we have to accommodate everybody, and I intend to do that. I'm not gonna step on anybody's toes, and I will be enforcing and abiding. I'm not successful in business if I have to step on anybody's toes to get there, all right? It's not all about money for me. It's all about, you know, I was raised with a golden rule, and you treat other people the way you want to be treated, and that's the way I run my business, and that's the way this will be run. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dave. And I do appreciate you taking the time to meet with the abutters separately. Sometimes we have to chide applicants to do so, and we did not even mention it, so thank you for taking that step. Okay. I don't see anybody else with their hands raised in the Zoom meeting, and there's no members of the public left here in person. I know members of the board just got the updated plans today. We don't have the photometric yet, but we will.
In a day or two, I think.
So, are there any other open items that we feel, are those the big items that need to be addressed? And,
I'd like to go back to the landscaping really quick.
Sure.
Just back to the industrial buffer.
You flip to number 7. I know one of the sheets, that's the one. Are you thinking site triangles, or are you?
No, industrial district buffers. I just don't think that landscape buffer would be enough if this was approved. I think the trees are too far spread out. Industrial district buffers are making me more.
I can put them tight together.
So go right into the bylaw,
Okay.
6.6. Thick planting walls, earthen berms, at least 4 feet high, yada, yada, yada. I think the purpose of the industrial district buffer is to buffer the district from anything,
Okay.
so. That,
What was the section again, just to?
175, 6.6, industrial district buffers.
That's not a problem, I can do that.
And have you done site triangles? Based on the driveway?
I've checked it, it works, but I'll just double check that.
You or we could mark them, or
Yeah.
different, just, because it's kind of, as I think Pam mentioned, that kind of curve does kind of, we want to make sure that site distances work, and that the landscaping buffer isn't gonna, when you throw more trees in there, it's not gonna cause more problem than it's gonna.
Well, I tried to hold everything
Oh,
closer
yeah.
to that's,
Yeah,
and there's about 8 or 9 feet between the property line and the.
yeah, I see it, and it should work, but I don't know the math for real speed, based on scale of the map across the room, so I'll trust my own judgment there. Okay. So is there anything else other than what we've just mentioned and the photometric plan and some additional time for the board to review that we would want to tell the applicant about at this time?
Would you like to reopen the traffic study question. I know this parcel, and I've looked at it before, and I'd like to see it be used for something. I'm not sure if this is the best use for it, given that particular curve in the road, and for that reason, for a safety reason, I think I'd like to see a traffic study where they can tell us the accident rate on that curve, so that we can make a fair determination of whether we are contributing to
A regular road or a problem area.
Yeah. Because I don't want to be contributing to additional accidents by approving this.
Okay. I'm not aware, Maria, of a data set that we have access to that's, and are knowledgeable about to interpret correct as it relates to this intersection. That would be something we'd need a traffic consultant to do.
The Mass dot impact portal has accidents dating back to, I wanna say 2016. You can access the data online, and you can change even like the type of accidents, the time of day, conditions. There's a lot of information there, and I can just send a link, so we can go from there. I'll make a note.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the response, the statement was that you didn't feel a traffic study was necessary. Was that was correct?
Hello?
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, if I could comment on that, please?
Sure.
I understand that we don't want to cause any more issues, for sure, but a couple of things. First of all, I don't understand a traffic study is only gonna, I mean, they don't have a crystal ball. They can't tell the future, nobody can. So they can say whatever they want. All that's gonna do is I don't know what it's gonna do. It's not gonna prove anything because we can't tell the future. And if there's a problem with too much traffic there or too much inappropriate traffic, I don't think that it's gonna be coming from my property, which is, again, already been, a long time ago, been zoned for this particular use and many other uses. So that's what that property is already zoned for. It's just, that's just the way it is. So to say, well, let's do a traffic study, well, what are the parameters of a traffic study? What does that do? What does it prove or disprove? I say really nothing. And if there's too much traffic from people coming out of the other places, let's, maybe that needs to be enforced, not somebody that owns property and belongs there, and is allowed there, and legally allowed there, and is helping the community. You know, we all, let the first person throw the stone that hasn't used Amazon yet, right, and has something delivered. So to say not in my backyard is really pretty, I'm gonna say it's pretty self-serving. It's not really appropriate here, especially when we're willing to go through all the things that we need to make sure that they take a right, go through the commercial and industrial zone, just like the trash trucks, just like the dump trucks down the street. You know, up the street from us is an industrial tire store that goes back and forth in every direction. Why do I get singled out? It's not right. There's a lot of industrial and industrial businesses on that road, and that's what it is. And if it's a conflict with somebody, then, you know, I don't know what to say about that, but we all have the right to use it, and I think we should all take care of our own issues and make sure that we're not intruding on other people. And that's what I intend to do. So, again, I don't know what a traffic study is gonna prove. It's just a hypothetical, nothing that's gonna make some engineer a bunch of money and postpone this project for me, cause hardship for me and my family, and just, it's not gonna do anything for anybody.
Thank you, Dave, for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Did you wanna, if you wanna just go to the board and then maybe.
Sure, I was gonna, but there's a reason why he's here for a special permit. It might be parking may be allowed in industrial, but there's a reason why there's a special permit process and why a special permit isn't just a blanket, yes, you can do it. They're very standards. I've been looking at them all night. I look at them constantly. I don't know if Brian wants to pull them up or can quickly. Standards for issuing a special permit, 175, 10.10.
Yeah, just,
I got it. Do I need to make that bigger?
No, we see it.
Nope, that's close enough. So right there, you gotta check all these boxes when we're looking to approve a special permit. This is how I look at everything that we do. Is it socially and economically desirable? Well, it's not socially desirable. Economically desirable, no, because it does nothing to bring us anything to our tax base, basically. Would it satisfy existing need? Not for anyone in town, maybe Amazon needs to park more cars, but so it satisfies.
Everybody needs
the-
packages.
Everybody needs packages,
But-
but if they don't get the slot, it's not like they're going out of business, they're just gonna go somewhere else. Advantages of the proposal outweigh by far any detrimental effects. That box is hard to check for me also. Such effects in the neighborhood and environment shall not be significantly greater than that could be expected from.
I mean, it goes, continues to be like a no-build condition.
Exactly.
Sorry.
It's kind of a column or something.
Yeah, it doesn't, there we go,
There we go.
Yeah.
if it was denied.
If it was denied. No reasonable alternative to accomplish this. Well, I'm sure there's another place that they can park their vans. And we can condition this to the world, but does that mean we can condition it to the world, do everything, and it still belongs here? I don't know. I have trouble checking half those boxes.
My
That's just my-
contention is also, you know, they could be proposing a small manufacturing site, like one that we've just recently done, where they're expecting to have 13 cars there on a daily basis. And that is a significant difference than 144 spaces in which, you know, cars are coming in twice a day and vans are leaving twice a day. That is a significant impact from a traffic and safety standpoint at this site.
I've seen it at schools and other places where they literally can create the curb to only allow turns right. I don't know if that's feasible with two-way traffic, or if that constitutes, but that could, just the way they form the curb can literally pour all of the traffic to the right.
Yeah. There's still houses, there's still residential neighborhoods, you're right.
I agree, but if we're trying to talk about
Yeah.
diminishing the traffic going left, the way that they put that entryway in, and I don't know if it is a bylaw or traffic, whatever, but I've been in places where the curb, the way that they design it, the only way that you can go is to the right, and you cannot exit left at all with the way that they can create that. I don't know if that's a condition that we could tag to it. But like Alan just said, that there's other issues there as well.
Does that include entry too?
Yeah, so now it would be, the only way that you would be entering or exiting is having to come through Miles Standish. Because if you turn that, and it's harder when it's two-way traffic, in and out at the same time, but you can still, I would imagine, form the curb as such that you would kick it all back out to the industrial park and not allow it at all.
And we know,
But I think
we know all the
still-
empty trucks are gonna go right. 'cause
Right,
that's
but
what
now you
but
can take the personal
Anything else
vehicles.
is nothing.
And there was issues with Waze and people using, I know down in my area, they contacted the police, and the police have the ability to contact those,
Tell Waze not to do it.
yes, and force traffic other ways. So now, before the workforce has gotten there, we could probably talk to the police and again, limit, say that that wouldn't show up on their GPS.
That would work for commercial apps. I would have to assume that Amazon has its own proprietary
Mhm.
machine to do things like that. Cause I know FedEx and UPS have for decades. I think FedEx was the one that like pre-programmed all their navigation not to take left turns.
Just
And
to make it
worked.
faster.
Yeah, because they have to wait for left turns.
Yeah.
So even if they have to take like 3 rights, and they did a study and it worked.
It actually faster. Well, then we could put that,
But, yeah, I mean, that's a challenge, that's an engineering problem.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, the applicant has stated they don't wanna do a traffic study. I mean, we've seen in other projects where a traffic study helps the applicant, like on Pine Street, where the residents are really concerned, and the traffic consultant said it'll all lead away and won't have noticeable impact. If the applicant chooses not to provide a traffic study, I think that we have to make our own calculations in our head. And if we don't like those calculations, then we have to do that. I'm gonna stick with my guiding principle for the planning board is I look within the 4 corners of the application that I have and the data that I have. If there's no traffic study, I have to make whatever determination I want without a traffic study. I know that there's gonna be up to 147 drivers coming in, trucks going out, trucks coming back in, and drivers going home. That's my worst case, and the worst case scenario is they all happen at once. It probably won't happen at once, probably spread out over a couple of shifts, but I can't know that. So, that's how I'm looking at it. Unless anybody else feels differently.
I'd like to see the traffic accident data that
Okay.
Maria's gonna give us the link for.
I actually have it here. For the last 3 years, have been 9 accidents, 2,000 feet away from Lopes Drive. I can go back till 2016.
Do we know if
Does
it's
it
a
baseline
lot?
that or no?
Yeah.
Does it what?
Does it give this is above normal for,
No, it doesn't.
that's I think
Yeah.
yeah, and those are the actions that are reported. That doesn't count any of the fender benders where they decided that they're not gonna talk to insurance. And I'm sure those happen too, so. If you can send out the link, we can take a look at it.
Absolutely.
I see collision with utility pole, collision with guardrail, yeah.
Deers.
There are always deer, yes. So we have that, we have additional review of the plans, and we have the lighting plan. I don't think any of those necessarily requires a long continuance, if we wanna, set that for the 31st as well, if that works for you. And there's much less on the agenda on the 31st, I promise.
Just one thing, Monday, we're meeting with the Conservation Commission.
Yes.
Just wanted to just say one brief thing about that. Now, a lot of times when somebody does a drainage system for this, they would have all kinds of ponds and things. And what we're doing is we're collecting the runoff in double catch basins and putting them through a storm scepter. And it separates the oil and separates the trash before it goes into the infiltration systems. So we're not sending anything out into the wetland, we're putting everything into the ground. And so as far as conservation wise, we should be getting approval Monday night. And so we're not harming the environment that way. And I thought it was a good thing, having trucks or vans being parked here, that we had this kind of a system. So I just want to state that, and we'll get things back to you in a timely fashion. Hopefully the next day or two I'll get the photometric plan to you.
Okay. Does anybody have any additional comments prior to continuing?
Motion to continue SPR 17404 and SP 17406 to January 31st.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. continued. Thank you. Okay. Maria, I'm starting at the end here. Are you comfortable giving a short version since these are just previews?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the spring, I was,
Is there anything more?
if you wanna pick up the memo maybe, that'd be good, thank you, Brandon. So, the first amendment was for our FEMA bylaw. We've had direct issues with FEMA, they've had to come in and talk to town staff. So this is something that's a little urgent, they've asked us to please revise it. So, we're not currently in compliance with the latest regulations, and if we don't comply by a certain date, then we will no longer be able to give residents, lower price flood insurance, so you will pay full price for them, everyone in town would. And we're also having this issue in which if you failed in a floodway, which you're not supposed to do, but you already did it, there is no way for you to right that wrong. There's no avenue to make up a mistake. You would literally just have to freeze all construction or maybe like tear down the property, depending on how far you went, which is really not feasible. It would be taking away an entire use of a lot. So there needs to be a way, some fines or fees or procedure, just some way to fix what happens in these cases, because our hands are going to be tied if someone makes a mistake.
Is there a potential these are split into two things? Just be two different?
Zoning articles or?
Yeah, I don't know. First one is, we need to be in compliance with FEMA. Second one is, we need to fix this process. Or do you think they both work as one?
If we're working as one, we would just write a warrant article for a zoning amendment to FEMA. And that'll take care of everything. I've been working with building and conservation, and I have FEMA guidelines. So we're trying to work out all the kinks we've experienced in the past couple of years. So for this, I'm still finalizing the draft based on the comments I was given, but once I have the full draft, I will send it to you for review. For now, all I'm looking for is your agreement to potentially sponsor these articles for town meeting, because I do need to have the topics finalized by February to go on the warrant, but the language doesn't have to be final until May. So we will have time to have public hearings and discussion. I just want to know if this is something you want to continue with.
This seems like, yes, this is
Yeah,
something we're definitely doing.
it's not really a question.
Yes, next.
The next one is large-scale solar. I would like to amend this to have all kinds of solar, not only ground-mounted, canopies, rooftop, small, medium-scale, large, and I will define what wattage constitutes what kind of development. The issue is that we did have a case come out in the summer, Tracer Lane versus Waltham, that says that you cannot prohibit large-scale solar developments. And this has brought a lot more attention into the solar issues. State law protects them and protects all sorts of solar developments. So by only really regulating large scale, we're not regulating or allowing small and medium scale, which could count as a prohibition, which would go against state law. And it's just really not best practice with state policy. And I think it could potentially lead to a lawsuit. It is a protected use. It's basically a Dover Amendment at this point. You cannot really deny them because you have no legit grounds for denying a solar project, like safety and public health or welfare. There's very few ways you can make an argument that a solar field will damage someone's safety. So I'm proposing to make these kind of developments site plan review, because that's how you regulate Dover uses, which is the kind of protection they've been given, instead of a special permit, because that's discretionary and you can just deny them if you want. So that was the advice we got from Mark Bobrowski in Sharon. He has written bylaws for over a third of Massachusetts. Says the way you want to position yourself, allow all solar and make it site plan review. You can still regulate it and deny it if it's unreasonable, but you would have to be, it's very hard to deny them in a legitimate way.
So, I'm fine having this as a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the long form of the letter from KP Law,
Mm-hmm.
Waltham only allowed it on like 1% or 2% of its land area.
Yep.
And then when they had to like cross a residential area to get to it, they said, nope, sorry. Rather than being like, okay, you're doing your best and this is the only place you can build it, so we're okay with it. I feel like have a much wider allowance for large-scale solar. The town also has a complicated history with large-scale solar.
Why, have you dealt with this before?
Yes. I'm fine discussing this as a proposed article.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that KP Law will not do this as bluntly as I want, but I would want KP Law to come and say, your bylaw is a problem, period. Your bylaw goes against this case law, it needs to be fixed. Or, your bylaw is better than Waltham, it's kind of a gray area, you might be okay. That's, because just going, it's site plan review everywhere, we were there for about, we had that for about 6 months and it caused 18,000 problems.
Okay.
And the bar to deny a site plan review is super high. So that's,
So the special
you
permit.
can't
gives us
condition
more
it, you can't condition it to the point where it's unreasonable. You have to, the conditions have to be like, you're actually allowing it, not like, you have to fit this entire thing the size of a postage stamp that you mailed on a Tuesday. So, and if this is something that does need to happen, KP Law is presenting it at town meeting. I'm not saying that it's a town meeting. Point blank. I'm
Yeah.
going to say, I'm gonna refer to town council to review recent case law developments and what we need to do to bring our bylaw into compliance so we don't get sued. And then I'm gonna stop talking,
Can I ask a question?
cause I
I think that's perfect.
Is the proposal to allow large scale
everywhere.
everywhere? Because
Mhm.
right now it's in 80% of our,
It's only R40 that I think it's not.
correct.
And it's
So
special
not-
permit,
it's in
and it's
2 out of-
special permit in a lot of places, not site plan. That's, I
Okay.
think, the other differentiator.
Mhm.
So this would allow it into our,
Site plan everywhere.
okay. Got
And it
it.
wouldn't matter the lot size.
That's
They would still have to follow setbacks, but the zone wouldn't matter.
Right.
So you could
R40,
throw 3 lots
R80.
together and then
Yeah.
meet the setbacks if you wanted to.
For the sake of clarity or disambiguity, I guess, I don't know. I don't know, it's late. I'm not opposed to including solar bylaws for things other than large scale, because I don't think they exist and, you know, it only helps us if we have something to refer to. But I would agree with Tim on the other point.
Special permit? Or what?
KP Law coming in and
Oh, yeah.
saying our bylaws are problematic and here's why.
Yeah, I think having a town council make a determination on this, I would feel so much safer because we don't have that much. This state law came out in the 70s or 80s and we have like 1 or 2 cases. It's not that much out there. There's a couple pending, but I would feel a lot better if a lawyer
Yep.
gave me their opinion.
That is exactly the,
Yeah. Somebody needs to fill her in on the history too.
Um,
I'll let her know about
I've heard
last
some.
meeting.
No, there's a lot. At the previous town meeting, there was a petitioned article to make it as, to allow it as under special permit in R40, the one zone where it's not allowed.
Okay.
I believe that took 90 minutes of discussion.
Not that long, only about an hour.
Yeah.
Only an hour, really? It felt like longer.
I might have fallen asleep, not sure.
Yeah, and it was not polite discussions.
Okay.
So I think that sums it up pretty well.
That did not go through.
Yeah, and it was denied, yeah.
Okay. My only concern is that if we don't at least try,
That's
yeah,
That's why
due diligence.
we can talk about it, KP Law can tell us what's happening, and then if the decision is that we need to put this forward at town meeting because of town council, then we put it forward because of town council.
She's there anyway, so.
That's it, yeah. That's,
Love that.
hey. Ah. That's what they get paid for.
Yeah.
That's what lawyers get paid for.
So should I put it forward as that we're continuing for now and, we'll see how the discussions go?
It can always not be moved at town meeting,
Yes, okay, great.
yes.
And my last item was, multifamily zoning districts. I need to write, a plan for what we're going to do by the 31st. So I just wanna make sure, we're on the same page with that.
I think Paul had this on his to-do list before he, yeah.
Did we already
We
have
talked,
Serpent
we
help
talked
with
about
this?
this.
Sorry?
Did we already have Serpent help with this, or didn't we?
Serpent's doing the entire plan, but this is just
Oh, okay.
a different.
So I talked to Serpent last week, because we're doing our housing production plan, as well. We just, are starting to get numbers together. So there's different ways we could do this. One of them is we get 40 hours of Serpent a year. 40 hours this, last fiscal year is going to our housing production plan till June. Then in July, we get another 40 hours, and I could have Serpent look over a draft that I'll put together so we don't eat up that many hours. So Serpent could finalize what we'll be working with. I'll steal it off other towns. There's gonna be model bylaws shared. The other option is there's gonna be district local technical assistance, so we don't eat up any of the hours, and I'm gonna be applying for grants first before I try to touch any of the Serpent a lot of time. The Mass Housing Partnership is also offering technical assistance. Actually, I just heard from Sharon, I applied for them, and we got it.
Copy and paste, no, I'm just kidding.
It's like, can you transfer those? And I think we got $20,000 to do it, to hire, Jen Goldson as a consulting partner. So, $20,000, that's not bad. I think we could get that in technical assistance. And then there was another source of funding, the complete zoning recodification that I'm gonna be proposing under the Community One Stop for Growth program. I wanna hire the same attorney who did our zoning for Sharon, and to just have him completely redo Norton, to put us into speed with state law and best practices, and there's a lot of little inconsistencies that need to be addressed. But if that happens, that'll be obviously a separate discussion, there'll be a lot of planning board and zoning board input, but that'll be a way of also taking care of the MBTA requirements. So there's multiple avenues that will be free for us, I just want to make sure that this is something that I'm okay to proceed with.
Yes.
I find it crazy there's inconsistencies in our bylaws.
Mind-boggling.
No, you don't say.
Can I ask a favor? I got a brief overview from Paul on EDC regarding the MBTA zoning changes that are going to be required, but I don't really know or understand.
Mm-hmm.
I know we talked about it in a meeting at the media center, I forget
750
when.
houses potential for,
Yeah.
750.
Is there a summary? Can you just give a quick overview?
Yeah, I can either find one online or I can write you a memo.
Memo would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll get you a memo.
I know Paul has his headed in his presentation, but I forget where it was or where to find it.
He came to EDC back. Yeah,
What?
it was a while ago.
Because we had to present it, because I presented it, or he did, I forget. But yeah.
And I don't really, I remember sort of the gist of it, but not the,
Okay.
I remember him saying it was going to be fun.
Okay.
Overlay district with 750
Yeah.
houses.
Well, if we don't comply, we're
The
also
state was
applying
also like changing.
I know there was a
things.
big bad don't comply.
$4 million we might lose out on this year. That's where I'm trying to apply for sewer construction funding.
Has the state finalized everything? Because I thought they, well, I also thought at some point they went back to the drawing board after hearing from the towns that it wasn't going to work in certain instances.
They said over, during the time where we didn't have Paul and Maria, that they finalized it and that it's on the Massachusetts website, which is.
Okay,
November.
yeah, even if you just send that link,
Yeah.
that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very well.
Before we adjourn, Brian, give me the meeting dates, don't we?
We have the end of February.
Does anybody have any conflicts on the 14th or 28th of March? That would give us a week after the February the 28th when we have a meeting. So the 14th to 28th would be giving us 2 in March, and then we figure out the rest next meeting.
Are you hoping to go back to the second Tuesday?
I was just giving a week after the 28th, and then I skipped 2 weeks, and I didn't think about it anymore.
It would be nice if it was sort of we could rely on it, but if there are conflicts.
Yeah. Let's do 14th and 28th of March, we can pencil those in, and Brian, if you can remind me at our next meeting to actually do more than that. Yeah. I just thought of it like halfway through the meeting, and I'm like, Brian probably wanted me to do that. Was I correct?
Well, it was either today or next meeting, since today was 11:30.
Yes. That's why I
Motion to
did.
adjourn?
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.